just adjust my sound levels a bit. Alright, I think we're ready to go. It's Tuesday, April 25th, 2017. And once again, because it's Tuesday night where I am, it's time for the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group. And we gathered here for what, 4 years? I think it's been 4 long years, Guy. And in plasma years, that's like 10 years each, so it's like 40 years.
Really, eh?
Well, you know, dog years can be longer than plasma years can, I guess. In any case, it's been a while that we've gathered here with other people to see and present and talk about various inventions and replications and fabrications and what else? Inventions, a lot of fabrications. Yeah, we fabricate lots of stories here. Not really. We each tell our own tale, you might say, and that depends on everybody's flavor of reactor. Mostly we are into reactors, being the plasma reactor group. What the heck is a plasma reactor, Guy? Not to put you on the spot or anything, but...
Wow, it's like the sun, no?
Okay, that's a good example. What's another one that's a little more local than the sun?
The core of the earth.
Oh, that's a good one. Okay, that's a good reactor, yeah. That one influences our lives quite a bit.
Or, you mean personally?
Like, can this be a reactor? Looks more like one of those snow things that you get at Christmas, you know, with the little scene inside. What if you spun that? Would that be a reactor?
I guess you need a little more than that. No, you need some sort of a reaction. You need a...
Takes two to tango?
Yeah, I would say it's like if the way we see it is with the Caroline core interactions with the outer layers and the way it creates a magnetic field and the gravitational field. But
okay. So if it was like this one, would it have more of a chance? This one has
yeah, I would assume a little
ball
more
inside of another ball inside of another one. There's 3 of them in there actually.
As long as we got a difference of is it not pH? One would be more acidic and the other one alkaline, and those two field would basically generates. Pretty nice.
Okay, well, anyway,
this one is a triple, no?
Yeah, it's got a ball. There's another clear ball inside, and then the Ganz ball is inside of the other clear ball. So yeah, it's interesting how it spins and so on. And that's the one I actually hung off the ceiling on a string, wound it up, and let it come down.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I've seen that.
I think I showed that video in a previous plasma reactor group, so I don't want to bore people too much unless I had it handy here, which I think I put it away safely somewhere. Yeah, I had it on my desktop for a while. Anyway, let's carry on here. Perhaps we can get into something that Lee might have, because I see he's up here, or if there's someone else that needs to get in right away who would like to present something because they have to leave later. That's also a possibility. Let me get my live stream up as well so I can see who's where. I hear a microphone open. Oh, it's Lee's microphone's open. He's set up his video. He's serious here. He's serious. I'm gonna pin him. I'll pin you to the other screen. Let me get you spotlighted as well. There we go. You're on, Lee. I don't know what you got up your sleeve, but you must have something by now. You've been kind of quiet the last couple of weeks, and rightfully so, but You've had a lot on your plate, let's say. Okay.
One in the bottom, and I got one in the middle, and then when I close it up, there's another one embedded in the top, so I got 3 rings in there. But it's working the 1 foot wire. It's starting to turn black, but it's not doing anything spectacular. But that's my latest thought. Trying it out. So
it's got quite the wire system coming out of it there, and you could mount it in the trunk almost with that length, eh?
Well, it's only 6 feet.
Okay. Trunk of a Volkswagen.
Some of them take 6 feet under the hood, so.
Yeah, it's true.
So,
yeah, it's hard to find a spot under some of the modern hoods.
That's for sure. Got to drill holes and mount them to the frame in front of the engine and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm working on that, testing that out, but looks like it's just going to give me average results. I was hoping to show this thing finished. That's that air pump where you breathe the air with the oxygen mask. I made one and sent it to my dad, and this is the second one.
Wow.
I was making for myself.
Mm-hmm.
I got this. It's this Rubbermaid jug. It's got a good rubber sealing ring in the top where the cap screws on, and the spout. It seals down pretty good there. I think you can see where around, so that if you knock it over, it's not gonna. It might drip a little bit around the spout, but it's not gonna spill too much. And then I just tie wrap, and I got to get some more. Usually have a couple tie wraps. The last one I had 2 tie wraps around the pump and a bit of hot glue just to hold the tie wraps in place, and so the pump's attached to it, and the jug's got a nice handle on the side for carrying it, and then all you got to do is hook your oxygen mask up to the tube on the other side. And so that's the air, gives you energized air for your lungs.
Yeah, really cool. Nice portable setup. You could have it mounted on your back almost, or something like that if you needed to.
Well, if you had a long extension cord, you could.
Well, it's not so portable. Well, in that case, you need to have your battery bicycle, and you just plug into that, and away you go.
There you go. So,
or your new Tesla car.
That's the 2 things I'm working on this week.
Okay, nice. Thank you, Lee. It's always good to see the things that you make. Alrighty, I guess we'll have to take you off the hot seat then. Short but sweet. You get this. Alright, well, thank you. I'll put myself back on just to show a video. And there we go. Okay. Alrighty, now we have an opportunity for somebody else to show something. So we have some participants here in our list, and wondering if anybody has any particular thing they'd like to show or bring up. Let me have a look at the possible questions here. Oh, I see James has some questions for discussion on the Magrav coil sets. So there we go. We have something to go on here. So I'll run the questions by, which is 1. I have 3 sets ready to nano coat. That'll be Magrav coil sets he's talking about here. And he's wondering which set to fire coat and which to hot caustic. I understand the outer ring set is magnetical and a giver, and the inner ring gravitational set is a receiver. In regards to field flow between the 3 mounted sets, would the center set be fired or caustic coated? Or would the bottom and top sets be caustic coated or fired? Well, there's a question. So I'm going to have to get some input from others on this. Guy, would you have any input on that? Anything that comes to mind right off the bat? Like,
I personally, I would choose the method that I believe more in, about the nano coating method, heating method. I'm not really
the
sure.
caustic method, you mean? Right?
Yeah, caustic versus the heating method.
Mm-hmm.
I personally, I try both method, and I'm way more comfortable with the caustic method. I think I got way more control, take more time. Actually, that's what Mr. Keshe said. And the heating method is quite fast, and so basically, sometimes it crystallizes the surface and it breaks away, and it's hard. Anyway, I had a hard time to control the perfect coating through heating. I thought it was a bit difficult, and the result is quite different anyway. From the caustic, the coating seems to be way thicker and darker compared to when you do it with the heating method.
So the caustic method is thicker and
seems to be thicker
darker.
anyway, in my view.
Right.
You got a better control of the growth of the crystals, I guess.
Right. Okay, that's a good input. So how does that relate in terms of the...
Using two different methods to doing your coils? This is the first time I heard that. I personally... I don't know
if one is magnetical and one is... Or one is like a giver and one is a gravitational receiver, maybe it would be advantageous to make one of one
different
style,
method.
one of the other.
Would be nice to know the difference between the two coils, how they behave. I mean,
okay, well, let's get some more input on that. What do people think about this technique of, would the center coil set be fired or caustic coated? Would the bottom and top sets be caustic coated or fire coated? This is the question. What are the opinions? Is there any references to any of the things that Mr. Keshe or others, or Armin or others might have said about that? I'm trying to think how the factory does it. They did have some trouble with some of the fire-coated coils, is the way I understand it, but I think they've had trouble with some of the nano-coated ones too, because different people are doing different techniques for the handling of the coils. It's really important not to crush the nano-coating and that kind of thing.
There's the thing that I've been doing with Rick since we've been following Mr. Keshe is in the background, when we're not doing the videos, is we're following paper trails, or anyway papers that scientists are publishing, and they talk about those processes of facile nano coating, or how do you produce your nanotubes, or
Yes, true, but also I've ran into a sort of an issue lately where I may have misunderstood the nano coating process, in that it may not be copper oxide that's even involved, according to Mr. Keshe, that it's actually nano copper, monoatomic copper, basically. So this is kind of news to me, and I have to digest this, because I've been going with copper oxide as the black coating on the copper, but
Mr. Keshe would call it what, monoatomic coating?
Yeah, monatomic copper that's opened up from the heat and caustic process or whatever, and it the atoms are just separated, and then you can add other things into it and so on, but no oxygen. So I have to get my mind around that. That's what he's shown in the in the diagrams actually, and if that's the way we need to make animations to make it plasmatically correct, then maybe that's the way we have to do it. So anyway, back to his question here. Let's get some input on this. Which ones to fire coat and which ones to hot caustic? What's the general consensus on that?
Hello, this is Denny.
Hi, Breaker Denny. How you doing?
So I'm going back to my basics now. I'm starting all over. I'm going to start nano coating copper plates, and when I do that, I'm going to use caustic to do my plates. I'm going to make sure that I drain the energy off of the plates once I steam them, and when I make my GANs, I'll make sure that I'll do the old-fashioned way, where I don't use carbon rod. I want to do it that way when it comes to the coils, and when I do the Magrav, I will do both methods. I will have enough so I can test and see which one I prefer. And so I'll do both methods, the caustic method. And so what I'm really after is make certain that I have a good nano-coated copper plate. And when I make my Ganses, I know that my copper plate is well nano-coated and the energy's taken off of it. I got to learn to nano-coat my zinc. And I found something that was in my backyard that I might want to show you just for the fun of it. And you know how you make a truss when you staple the truss together with big plates that have been perforated and have made little nails out of them? Let me show you my video.
Okay.
Just for the fun of it. I'll just see if it's on. Is that secure enough?
Okay, let me get it going here. There we go.
There he went.
And there.
So this is a, have you ever seen one of these things?
Yeah, it connects pieces of wood together.
Yeah, when you're making
trusses and
trusses.
stuff. Yeah.
Yep.
And so I had some old trusses, and let me get this so it's not shining off of there. So I was thinking about perforating my copper coils and stacking copper coils, and I was thinking about one side was going to be nano-coated and the other side wasn't, because I'm still fascinated with this one little statement that Mr. Keshe said, that there was if you nano-coat one side and not the other, or one half and not the other, then there is a technique that you can pull a lot of energy off of them. So I thought about perforating them so they'd hold GANs, and I thought I'd mix the GANs with a fat that would solidify there, and I would put salt and sugar mixture so that I would be able to make a capacitor. And then I've been thinking of,
You'll have to say do not eat, because it's starting to sound good for a sandwich.
but this thing that I have in my hand is extremely galvanized.
Yes.
It's a highly galvanized, way more than chicken wire.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I know it has to have its iron in there.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's got a huge surface area because of all the perforations and so on too.
and I have some that are bigger, but this right here. So, of course, they need cleaned up a little bit. But I have about 200 of these.
Okay, so what would you do with them again? Is that part of one of the plates?
That's a CH3 one.
The
I think this would be
right.
a CH3 technique, because this galvanized is going to have a lot of nickel. It's going to have a lot of zinc in it.
Is there nickel in galvanized? Is that right? Is there a percentage of nickel?
It's part of its alloy.
Oh.
It's a small amount of nickel.
Okay.
And now I don't know on chicken wire, but this is pretty heavily galvanized, so it's going to be fun to see if it has any value or if it's just plain worthless to me. So I had fun the other day, making a stirring rod.
Stirring,
if you know what
stirring. Oh yes, yes.
And so I have some 50-gallon barrels that I stir with, and then I have some 3-gallon containers and some glass jar. And when I put my crystal plasma in there, and then I can reverse it.
Wow.
because it's it's just a drill, and it has a reversible drill, battery powered drill. And so that's I was getting lazy. I didn't want to stir with a wooden paddle anymore.
Wow.
Because I want to make a big vortex one direction, I want to make a big vortex the other, so that I can stir up and energize my plasma waters. That was another. That's another topic. Mr. Keshe said, well, if you stir that plasma water, and I was thinking, well, maybe I would nano coat this just for the fun of it, instead of making it just copper.
Well, that's right. If it was nano-coated and you're stirring, it would be so excellent for decontamination, because it would be presenting that surface area to so much of the water through that vortex action and stirring and so on. Definitely could work. Could work very quickly as a decontamination vehicle.
So until I start over and redo my things, I'm not going to really progress with some of the experiments that I was going to do. I had one thing that popped up. I don't know if I got it. Let me check and see if I got it. I do. This is an old-fashioned thing. Let me share my screen for a moment.
Okay,
it's an old-fashioned. Let's see.
You should be able to do that.
I'm going to see if I got it. You see those things? Well, they put some type of vortex water in the tubes. This is about a 10-year-old. I mean, this has been around for 10, 12 years, these kind of little things. Some of them, they silver coat them and gold coat them. And so, and the whole point was to use these to run past your water. And the water is vitalized from the fields of the vortex water inside the tube. And so they didn't have the advantage that we have of the knowledge of Ganz or the knowledge of liquid plasma. So I thought these, or knew they have the advantage of nano coating, and so these seem to be quite easy to make with a copper, soft copper tubing. You can buy that copper tubing from 10, 20, 50 foot lengths. From all the way from micro capillary tubes to, or capillary tubes, to quarter-inch. You've talked about
eighth and quarter-inch are quite common, actually. Yeah.
And the 3/8.
3/8, and of course half-inch and so on.
And so then I thought, well, if I was to daydream, I might as well see what would happen if I put a couple coils inside a 3/8 tube like this, nano-coated copper coils. Let me see. Let me annotate, because I just love to annotate just for the fun of it. So when I'm talking about the copper coils, it's what we put in our Magrav, you know. We make our Magrav out of. I have one that's on the inside and one that's on the outside. Okay, the inside coil. And so I would just set those up inside there, nano-coated too. And your different, since there's 3 tubes, you've got your CO2, you've got your zinc oxide, and you got your CH3 that can go in there. And this little device then may well be a car unit, just because it's going to have some kind of a plasma field that's going to come off of it from the sources that we all know. So this was a gimmick that I thought I would try as well. But I want to make certain that I've got my Ganses the way I want them nowadays. And so I'm just sharing this for the fun of it. And of course, people can take this idea, and some people like 9s, you know, this one right here, they got a circle where they got, we'll probably count this one up here too. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you might want to put 9 turns in there, or you might want to just use 3 or 6. People like that. A lot of people like that the fields of 9, and they like to turn things left-handed. So anyhow, that's just something that I got rid of. I'm not talking about the subject. I tried to get rid of that subject that he was wanting to know. Which one are you going to use? You're going to use the caustic, the lye, or are you going to use the heat? Well, I think if you have the capacity, try them both. And you're going to have to experiment. And I think Thomas is good at that in his experiment. And what Thomas tries to do is he tries to get down to the minimum and still be effective. I don't know if Thomas is here today or not. No, I
don't see him right now, but yeah, he might come in later.
So I got to look at the chat and find out who asked the question. From James.
James, yeah.
Is James able to audio? To use his audio?
I believe so. You want to respond there, James?
And give us his thoughts on what he would like to do.
It's a good idea. Not sure if he's able to.
He might not have.
I'll try to unmute you, James, if that helps. Not. Hello? No headphone, he says. Okay, I'll mute you back again. Okay, so we're on to just on the Q&A kind of text question for this. And if you have any guidance for us, James, on that, then
you can write
that could be helpful. Or if there's anybody else that has anything they want to say specifically about that part of the question. There's 2 more questions that he has here, so we can carry on with that. If someone has some more definitive sort of things to say about it. Going once, going twice. Let's move on to question number 2. On the gansing of the coils, what would be the gradient flow of Ganses to use on the outer and inner coils, starting on the bottom to top coil sets?
Well, let me share screen so that we have, and I'll go to the whiteboard. So we have some kind of
Okay, thank you, Denny.
reference. So he wants to know, let's just pretend that this is our top one. And let's get another color. We might as well use a blue for our, and it means nothing. This is not color coded. And I'm going to use a red. So, and we know that these are, there's a coil inside a coil for the magnetical, and there's a inner coil, and they come right close together. The closer you can get them together, the better you are off. That's my philosophy. Anybody agree or disagree? If you can get the gravitational, that's the inner of the two complete coils, as close as you can to the magnetical. That's a Q, but it's magnetical. If you can get them right close together without touching, I think that's your best bet. Okay, so now he wants to know. So he's gonna feed in his. He's gonna have an output. Is that right? Anybody disagree with that or agree? And you're going to have an input on your Magrav, right? So shall we call this a number 1, this a number 2, and this a number 3?
Okay, that sounds good. Yep.
Okay.
I'm with you.
Okay, so we got this. We got 2 sets here. I don't know. Is this the green? So we're just going to. So he's saying that he wants to know. So let's use primarily. I use primarily. Let me get out of that color. What colors can we do? Black is good enough. So we've got CH3 that is easy to make, and that's good for the energy level, because this Magrav is not only for making electricity. This is for putting energy into your home. CH3, CO2, copper CO2, and your zinc oxide. Okay. When you make CO2, you're going to get some CH3. I mean, you're going to get some zinc oxide. So that'll come in your CO2 kit. Now, how do you guys make your zinc oxide straight? Do you use do you use a nano-coated zinc plate and a non-nano-coated zinc plate to make your zinc oxide? Anybody tell me what they do? Rick, what do you do?
I was waiting for James to respond on.
Yeah, that's what I do anyway. That's my method.
Yeah, that would be the regular method, I would say.
So you use a nano-coated zinc and a zinc plate to make the zinc oxide. Mm-hmm. And when you make your CH3, how do you make your CH3? Do you use a chicken wire mesh?
I've used like a piece of steel, or a steel nail, actually, or a series of nails.
Do you know how to make a 6-sided figure, a honeycomb effect, like chicken wire is? Well, this is all bent up. This chicken wire has been run through it. The reason why I would use chicken wire in this experiment is that there's zinc on this, and there's iron inside of it.
Yep,
And
it's been suggested. That's true.
And so, and there's also, I say there's just a little bit of nickel. Do you know? I don't remember what the abbreviation for nickel is.
Ni would be nickel. I'm not sure about the nickel. I'd have to be convinced of that by looking it up. But yeah, if you've already looked that up, then that's good.
Okay, in a second here, I'll go back and look it up and confirm it. But that gives, and with the zinc and the well, and we're dealing with the salt in there too, because we got to have NaOH. NaOH.
Well, wouldn't it be the
no, I mean that's sodium chloride.
Sodium chloride, NaCl in this case. For
NaCl.
The salt, yeah. NaOH is still a salt, but that would be in the nanocoating process.
And if you use the plastic container that you nanocoated your copper plate in, or your zinc plate in, you're going to have what is that? You're going to have you're going to have some NaOH in that container, and in fact, that makes your making of your CO2 generate faster when you use a nanocoated plastic box, the same one that you made your nanocoated copper plate in. Have you tried any of that, Rick? You're the only one.
You mean using the same box as far as that goes?
Yeah, when you
definitely there's a nano coating or a change in the environment of the box when it's gone through the process. And there's a whole different electrical and so on specification coming off it.
So what Mr. Keshe had mentioned that I caught is that when you do that, when you use your nano-coated copper, the same container you use to nanocoat your plates in to make your CO2 kit, you will get your CO2 Ganz will generate quicker, and you'd be surprised how much. And so
I think that's true. Yeah,
it's a very quick. So anyhow, these are the three primary Ganses that are health oriented. Now there's magnesium, Ganz, and your body needs a certain amount of magnesium. But what's involved too is if you're dealing with plants, the magnesium is important for the plants, and of course, phosphorus is important for man and plants. And so when you're thinking of this Magrav, you're thinking not only that it's going to lessen your electrical bill, it's going to nanocoat your house, and it's going to improve your health and outlook on life. You've got zinc that affects the emotion. You are actually going to have when you make the CO2 and you're using a nano-coated copper plate, and the nano-coated is the monatomic copper, you are going to get some CuO in your Ganz as well. You're not only that, when you use your copper coils, because they're copper, you're going to get the connection to the physicality from the copper because of these nano-coated copper coils. They're going to send off fields as well. Am I blowing smoke, or do you agree with that?
Well, that seems to be the general consensus, yeah.
And so the copper is for the physicality. If anybody, I'm just going to put the abbreviations there. And the zinc is for the emotions.
And to be clear, it's so people understand, it's not the actual elements that are the factor, but the fields generated.
It's the plasma field. Don't forget, it's the plasma field.
The field strength of the copper and this zinc and so on is the important factor.
And that's what he's asking, is there going to be a gradient between these two? I mean, these three, and where are you going to put this gradient in your Magrav? And how you going to, and what, so you're going to have to start with what do I want?
Well, I was going to say, we should actually extract from James, what exactly does he want? What, maybe he doesn't want the, he wasn't involved with all the connection to the physicality and so on. Maybe he just wants, to get energy savings and not some of the other things, or maybe just the zinc and CO2 connection, but not some of the other. I don't know. I have no idea what he's got in mind. It's too late. The cat's out of the bag. It's already been shown.
So the CH3 is for your plasma energy. It gives you the get up and go.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and your CO2, that's your connection to your, what do you think? Is it the connection to your nervous system?
Emotional system, I would say.
Zinc is
also the skin and the layering,
yeah. And the skin is part of your brain. So let's see what I can do here and see how far I can erase.
Okay, well, we have one clue from James. He says energy savings for house is the his goal.
Energy saving for house is his goal. So then,
or his intention, I guess we would say.
Okay, so but he's not going to be able to get around the other part of it because he's dealing with the other part as well. So when he makes this Magrav, he's dealing with all of it. So what he's asking is, what is going to give me the highest percent of energy savings? Is he asking?
Yeah, that's what I would say, and that would sort of be what we could also reframe it as: what is the minimum apparatus that can present the energy savings, without having to get into all the peripheral possibilities. Let's say, what is the simplest configuration for energy savings for house? I would say that would be the goal, or the.
Well, the Magrav is for. There's the whole purpose of the Magrav is for creating peace. So that's the energy that comes off of it, and so then that's the primary purpose of the Magrav, and so the energy for the house is the extemporaneous. It's just the opposite of what you just got through saying.
Yeah, I know. Well, this is the thing, and It's hard to work with just the intention of energy savings and without getting involved with the peace aspect. And if the peace aspect,
yeah, it's the most important aspect of it.
All of a sudden, you know, it starts to involve people and emotions and interactions and all kinds of stuff that you didn't want to get involved with, perhaps, as just coming up with an energy device.
Yeah,
so it's a,
you might as well
what
go
do they
solar.
call it?
If you want energy, you might as well go solar.
Well, there you go.
If you go Magrav, you're going to be the primary thing is the change in the nature of mankind for not only around in that house that you have, but it's going to affect the area outside of the house.
Well, it will also affect the inventor or the person that actually fabricates and makes and works with that device to bring it into being.
And it's going to link with other gravs.
You're going to find out that it's, you know, it's not just a single entity like a switch on a wall or something, or some other device like your refrigerator. It has more of a personality, you might say, or a flavor to it that's particular, and people might notice that. Like the Chinese have called it the happy box, and that because people feel happy in the room where the Magrav unit is. So there's a lot of reports that are similar to that of you know, healing properties or peaceful, sort of blissful environment created by these devices.
So, and let me say one more thing, that each Magrav that's built links to other Magravs that are built. And each Magrav, so you have a network of Magravs that are linking with one another. This Magrav is way more sophisticated than supplying extra energy for your house. The whole purpose is this other side. And so now, to get back to what he wants, let's that's been said. I'm going to clear my drawing, and I'm just doing this drawing so that other people can converse with me. So we got the three layers. We're going to start the one that's the input and one that's the output. The top one is usually the one that is the output. Is that correct? Anybody going to say yay or nay?
Sounds good to me. I think some people might redirect it down to the bottom as such, but the output,
okay, then let's
goes that way. Yeah, maybe some do it backwards. I don't know. Input, any input from others? Lee, what would you say? You've done about 200 reactors by now.
Yeah, I always go in on the bottom and out on top.
Okay, there you go. Thank you.
So Lee's the one that should be talking. Okay, well, I'm going to talk for lack of somebody else doing the talking.
Go for it, Denny. You're doing well.
Let me see. Where did my pencil go? There it
is.
is.
We could also maybe think about the third part of this question, which it comes up, and therefore it might be sort of part of this, which is which Ganses are placed in the center reactor containers of the coil sets from bottom to top. So that's
okay. We got this one here, and this one here, and then we got. I mean, this is our coils that go around, and then let's just put another one. I'm going to do this sloppily. It doesn't have to be great as far as I'm concerned. And this will be the cross section. There's an inner and there's an outer. And then there's your main coil. Let's see, let me go back. I don't want to be too sloppy, but if we do one, it can relate to the other. Uh-oh, it touched. Now I'm going to have a short. No, I'm not. So,
Good one.
so he says, he wants to know which GANs that I'm putting into this coil here. And which GANs, what color that is, which GANs I'm putting into this, that one there. And then he wants to know which GANs I'm going to put on
in the center reactor container of the coil sets.
So this one right here is the gravity. That center thing is the gravitational of the coil. This here is the gravitational of the two rings. And the outside coil is the mag. And the outside ring is the mag. And so he wants to know, in each one of these sets, what would be preferred? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that is Lee's bailiwick. He knows which things which one nanocoats his wire the quickest. Isn't that your test, Lee?
Yeah, it is, but the problem is I've never come up with a good conclusion.
So you're
as
still
far as which way the Ganz goes.
You don't keep your notes.
Oh, I do.
You do have. That's right. You do keep good notes.
It's all on a spreadsheet, but the results are erratic, and for the different ways I've been doing it, and so yeah, I mean, you could treat these. The Ganz, the fields are going to flow from the strong to the weak. So you could treat these as three separate coils. You can go CO2 on the inner gravitational coil, and then the CH3 on the outer coil, for instance. And then you could treat them separate to have them all Ganz the same way. That's been working fine in my car Magravs. For the center balls, you could start down here with copper, then go to CO2, and then go to the CH3 on top. So that gives you a flow up through the middle with the copper. That might be one way to try it. When I was making my house Magravs, I was making them by the original blueprint. Basically, when we were Gansing them all the same, I think.
Yeah, we were Gansing them, but we could if we wanted to do some experimentation. I think. Okay,
Yep.
What CH3 is more magnetical. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes. Well, maybe no. Maybe yes. There's.
If
you get a batch of CH3 and let it settle, you're going to have some lighter CH3 and darker CH3. The darker stuff, you put a magnet to it, it's got something in it that's attracted by the magnet, and the lighter stuff isn't. So
yeah,
it depends what your definition of magnetical is there.
Yeah, I had a small disagreement with people there for a while, and so I have to bite my tongue. I was saying that anything that the magnet was attracted to was not a GANS. It was iron.
Yeah, I think it could have iron mixed in there. I think you're probably right.
And so if we were to do this as field strength, then we'll call this field strength. All right. We'll say that these guys here have field strength. And if you were to judge the field strength of these from let's just say there's 4, from 1 to 4, 4 being the strongest and 1 being the has less field strength.
Now,
That's not the
to
right
be clear,
term.
do you mean magnetical or gravitational field strength?
Yeah, because there is a difference.
Mm-hmm. So,
And so
the way I see your graph here is that you'd have the gravitational at the bottom and the magnetical at the top, and because the copper oxide being heavy would have more gravitational, I would expect.
so the field, this is gravitational. Let's just start with that, and then we can go from there. How about zinc? Is it gravitational or magnetical?
What's zinc is on the table of elements? I think it's
So,
like
the other thing
50
is
something, 53 or 50.
Yeah, I'm not sure the atomic weight or whatever makes it gravitational or magnetical. I think interspersed, there's some are magnetical, some are gravitational. That's not. It doesn't go in order of the atomic weight or whatever.
So this is supposed to be a plasma field, this spiral. I can't remember my teachings. One would be sitting here, one would be sitting here, and one would be sitting here, and one would be sitting here. The one here would be more magnetical by the gradient system. The one, as they get closer, are getting more to be more gravitational, but they're still magnetical. All right, I'm about ready to quit here because I think I'm going to confuse people more than they will, that I'm helping. But as far as I'm concerned, this one here is the stronger feeds or goes to the lighter. It's similar to heat goes to cold, but it's not the same. But it's in a way that if you're in your house and you're warming things up, if you're sitting by a cold window, your body heat goes to that cold window and you feel colder. So I think that what I have here, the only two I'm confused here is this one's the stronger. As the stronger, it would be sitting closer here. It would be the CuO. And I think the zinc and the CO2, because they're oxide. See, here's another thing, because this is zinc oxide. We're dealing with oxides here. Here, we're not dealing with an oxide. And the oxides are more gravitational, are they not, Rick?
Well, that makes sense, I believe.
And so I have. It's like Lee said. He hasn't been able to draw a good correlation between which one gives you the most. I guess it would be the electrical value that if you're, or is it when you're dealing with the electrical side and you want to have more power for your house, do you want more plasmatic value or do you want more matter electrical value?
I think you're still looking for the maximize the field strengths. You're not.
You're still trying to maximize the plasmatic fields.
Yeah.
And so if you can maximize the plasmatic fields, you're going to have a more effective Magrav, that will power your utilities. Is that what you're saying? Shall I get rid of this and let somebody else take over?
Well, no, I think you're doing okay. This is working through some of this sort of basic theory that we have of the Magrav device. Is this helping you, James, with your question, or are we just kind of going on here at this point?
I think if I was, when I make my next Magrav for the house, I think what I would do is.
Can I clear this and then write what you're going to do?
I'm going to leave. I was going to say leave the 3 coils in the center.
I can. I can.
Or I can draw them again, I guess.
I can represent them like this. It doesn't make much difference.
Okay.
Because we know there's 3, and this just helps. And we know that there's two rings there, and those rings have an inner coil and an outer coil in each ring. So okay, keep going. Tell me what you're going to do.
Okay, if I think the next Magrav I try for the house, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to have my 3 balls in the center.
Right.
Okay. Now I'm thinking I'm trying to create a toroidal field around. Okay. So for the 3 balls, I'm going to use CU in there. Then I'm going to go CO 2. I should use the text tool up there, and the CH3. First time I've tried to annotate. So, okay, so I got it goes from the strongest. So this is the toroidal field is going that way. So that way. Now, as far as each individual coil, you got your center coil and your outside coil, and we're always feeding into that's the wire in on these, the lead that goes in. So the fields are flowing from the inside to the outside. They're going that way. And then, the wires coming off the magnetical on the outside. So I would put, CO2 Ganz there and the CH3 Ganz on the outer coil. And I do that the same on all 3 coils. I think that's what I would try if I was going to build the next one.
Okay, let's clarify this just a little bit. This right here is the one that has 144 turns in it. Is that right?
Correct.
And this in here has what is it that you put here?
81.
81. And you're going to, and so.
When I say CO2, that's the combination of the CO2 and the zinc.
Zinc, yeah.
Because I can't make pure CO2. It seems to be impossible in my lab for some reason.
Yeah, I'm going to use blue here so that you know that I'm writing CO2 slash zinc oxide.
Yep.
Okay. So that's your middle coil. No, this in here is your middle coil.
Well, I'm saying I do all 3 like this.
You do all 3 like this.
It's just because if you wanted to have a gradient all the way up, you'd have to have 6 different Ganses, which most of us don't have. Okay. Okay,
and so you're going to do every coil. The inner one, the 81, is going to have the CO2 zinc combo.
Yeah.
And the 144 is going to have the CH3 and so that's your next one. And so I got to get back to who I'm talking to. It's James. What would you do? You can put it in the chat. When you make your let me see.
He says, I don't know. This is helping.
Okay, so do you need to? Okay, yeah. There'll be a link. There'll be a link from this ball to every one of this ball to every one of the coils, because it's got CH3 in their outside ring. Okay, we're going to say that this is the. Okay, now I got to do a little bit better drawing here for us, so that it gets a little more.
You want me to clear all this off?
No. Okay, we're going to this blue. This is that's the 144. And then, and the inside one is the 81. And they both have their own, they're all double. They got a gravitational. So you're putting CH3 all over that coil. You're putting it on the outside and the inside coil that goes. Let's see, if this was the actual coil you turned on the spindle.
Yep.
You're going to put CH3 all over the thing.
That's right. Because if you try and separate the inside and outside coil with different ganses, then you can't.
It's too difficult. They'll slide together and you ruin your nano coating.
That's right. And then you're handling it, making connections. You're going to ruin the nano coating. And I like to do my coils, make sure the nano coating's right. Then I make my connections. Then I re-nano coat everything again for the second time, and then minimize my handling after that.
Yeah, so it's very important that we minimize our handling.
So, yeah.
And this is 144. And this one here is 81. So all 81s are going to be the carbon. And so everything on the outside ring is going to be CH3. So if I go through this, so this one here, the outside ring, in other words, the 144 coil is going to be CH3 on every one of these. Every one of these is going to be CH3 on the outside coil. Does that help you, James? CH3. CH3. And inside here is going to be CH3. And here is the CO2 and zinc. And here's the copper Ganz. Okay. I'm hoping that doesn't get us. Okay, so putting the number of coils there, that helps out a little bit. That gives you an understanding of what we're doing. If we can just write it. And this one's 81.
It says, yes, excellent understanding more now. So that's good.
And so let's go. This is CH3 ball. And this is the CO2 / zinc oxide, ZnO. And this in here is your copper, CO. And it can be CO2 or it can be CO. So Does he need to know connections, or does he have all of that under control? So this one here links everything. Okay. So in other words, you're saying that you're coming in from down here, right? Let me do that black. You're coming, Lee, you're saying you're coming in from down here.
Yeah, but go into the inner,
it goes into here. That's where it goes to begin with.
Right.
And it comes out up here.
He says he has the connections understood, so that's a help.
And all
but if you want to carry on with it, that's okay for others to understand as well.
Well, that's what he really was concerned with. Is not the all he's concerned with is what am I going to put on my coils? What kind of GANs am I going to put on my coils in this question? There was 3 parts to this question. I have to go back to read it. What were they, Rick? Do you remember?
Yep, there's 3 questions, which is wondering which set, to fire coat and which to hot caustic. And that was the first part. And would the bottom and top sets be caustic coated or fired? Second question is on gansing the coils. What would be the gradient flow of ganses to use on the outer and inner coils, starting on the bottom to the top coil sets? Number 3 was which ganses are placed in the center reactor containers of the coil sets from bottom to top?
Okay, I'm going to question Lee for just a moment. Are you still there, Lee?
Yeah.
Would you use the caustic method on this new system, your next system you're going to make, or will you use the heat method?
I will never use the heat method again.
Okay, when you do the caustic method, how do you drain the energy off of your coils? Do you drain any of the energy off your coils? What do you do specifically to those coils when you're using your caustic method?
Okay, when I make my coils, oops, I lost them. One end of the coil, like I always put a loop on it. Okay, and the other end it doesn't have a loop. So when I go to drain, I don't drain my coils. I put voltage through them. Like I know if you go through all the knowledge seekers workshops for the first 6 months or year, they were talking about draining coils. And for the next year, he always talked about using the ohm meter to put a voltage through.
So you put a voltage through it.
I put a voltage through. So my positive lead of the ohm meter goes here, and the negative always goes there. And so all my coils get aligned that way. And I know, I know which is the alignment. That's my positive.
That's why you put the little circle on there.
That's my circle. And when I'm making the coils coming off the spool, that circle is always where I cut my wire, and I put a circle in it right away. And I start my thing with nothing. So the wires are always got that same direction, even though I don't know what the proper direction is coming off the spool, because every time I've measured it, there's no voltage or anything on the wire from the store or anything. But I just keep them.
You do that as a common practice.
That's my common practice.
And so the ohms, how many are they on your ohm meter? What specific?
Well, you have. If it says an infinity, it means you're not touching the wire inside. You sort of got to crush the nano coating on each end a little bit, and so long as you get some kind of flow through, some kind of reading, it doesn't matter what the reading is.
Okay, so that's what it is. So can you explain that one more time? How you put your own meter on there and what the
I
what
just
happens?
after each steaming, I put the negative lead of the ohm meter here and the positive lead of the ohm meter there.
And to
And
clarify, you're on the ohms setting, not the milliamps. James
I'm
is asking on the question here.
I am on the ohm setting because I am trying to. The ohm meter has a battery in it that runs a current to read the ohms. So I'm trying to run a current through the copper wire, which is supposed to
Which is
also align the nano coating on the outside. Maybe it runs
We
through nano
lost you
coating
there
too. I
for
don't
a
know,
minute.
but you
it
have
went
to.
really fast. Could you say the last sentence again?
Yeah, we
It
lost you.
compressed and then it ran
Yeah.
through really quickly. It was funny.
Okay, so you have to, in order to get the current flowing through the wire, you have to press fairly hard onto the nano coating, and basically you're crushing the nano coating and making contact with the copper. And then so that gives you a current going through the copper wire, and it may also have some kind of current going through the nano coating. I'm not sure how that works, but that's what aligns the nano coating, having the current flow through it.
And you nano coat the inside and the outside coil. Let's say if when you're dealing with the 144, there's 144 turns on the outside of the coil and there's 144 on the inside. You nano coat those both together?
Yeah, all these the 4 coils for the coil set, they all get nano coated at the same time.
Okay,
and so they after, first they get the first time they're in the liquid at the bottom of the pot, and then I steam them about 4 to 5 times, and then when they come out of the steaming process, you have a good look at the coils and make sure there's no bare copper area. If you find the bare copper area, you clean it, you put it back in the vinegar and the water or acid wash, and you start all over and let that coil to get rid of that bare copper part. And then once I've got these coils nano coated, then I assemble them. I make the connections, and as many connections as I can. With the Magrav, I'd probably use the Armin connectors in between, because that's not gonna, you're not really twisting the wires to in between the coil sets that way. But the connections in between the center loop and the outer loop, I make them, and then I put it through the nano coating process all completely again. So it goes into the liquid at the bottom of the pot, and then I steam it another 5 times. And then with the way I do my connections, I can separate the coils a little bit, and I can Ganz the inside ring different from the outside ring, because I can sort of set one into the one Ganz and then turn it over, set the other one into the other Ganz.
Okay, so that was the question I was going to ask. Now, when you Ganz it, then you have a small dish with your Ganz in it, or how do you do that?
Yeah, I got a shallow pan where I pour I usually use about 20% Ganz and 80% water. That kind of a mix.
So in other words, you're saying you actually have the Ganz particles and you have the crystal, you have the liquid plasma of the of that particular Ganz.
That's correct.
When you say water, you're meaning the liquid plasma.
That's correct.
Does that help? Does that help, James?
Hey, good morning, guys. Can I contribute here for a moment?
Yeah.
Sure. James just does mention, has Lee used vinegar and salt to clean the coils? Does he like the hot caustic cleaning better? And he says yes, very much. So he's grateful for that.
Oh yeah. Okay. So the process starts. You wind your coils, then you put them into soapy water. You can leave them in there any length of time, but I'd say at least 20 minutes. Then from the soapy water container, you put them into the acid container, which for me is about a a cup of vinegar to 2 gallons of water, something like that. And you leave that in there for 20 minutes, and then they come out nice and bright and shiny from that. Then they go into a container with cold caustic, which I just leave them in for 20 minutes. And then they go into the nano coating pot. Basically, I cover the bottom of the nano coating bucket with the caustic crystals. I put my coils on there, and then you dump the boiling water in there.
Do you have like a chicken wire mesh or some other kind of mesh?
Yeah. There is a chicken wire mesh that sits the crystals and then the coils on top of that. And I use a 5-gallon bucket, so then I've got chicken wire mesh little stand high above that, so that when I'm doing the hot liquid on the bottom, the next 4 or 5 layers are getting steamed. So they're going to the bottom and they're working their way up to the top of the pail. Once they come out the top, then they're ready for the next step. They're done, sort of.
5-gallon pail, that's a good idea. It's contained and it keeps the steam all in one column, and rather than spreading it out. Okay. Okay, so back to Keith, was it, that had something to add there?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. We just had to finish that line of reasoning, I think. Go ahead.
No worries, no problem. In class with Doug Edwards, or Douglas Edwards, what he does with his coils is he actually puts 200 millivolts on each coil, and then connects positive and negative to one side, lets the voltage drain off so it reads out to 0, and then he flips his connection and does the same in reverse to allow two-way nano coating flow. So it actually aligns the nano coating in both directions. I don't know if that's beneficial to people, but that's one of the things that he shared in class the other week. And Mr. Keshe in the 168, no, not 168, 167, had mentioned that the fire coating was good because it was a giver, and for like the car applications, the fire nano coating is better than the caustic nano coating, and Doug actually does both. So I don't know if that's something people would want to try. I'm giving it a shot with my Magrav that I'm building, so I don't have that done just yet, but I'll let you guys know. And it's nice to be here again for a change. I've been away for a while.
Well, thank you for coming by. Yeah, I guess there's different ideas and theories and so on that. It's hard to know where to give advice. There's also the blueprint teachings or blueprint drawings that people can refer to as sort of a standard of manufacture, a standard of fabrication of these devices.
Yeah,
some
and
of the
the
details might be
really
left out.
The newer blueprints do show the connections really well. So kudos to whoever did those. And it's great to be here. Love you guys.
Right on. Thank you. Okay. I think
Keith, are you about to make a new Magrav?
Yes, I am.
So, can you? Do we have time, Rick, for him to explain how he would do his?
Oh, absolutely. If he's willing, sure.
Do you want to take the board over, Keith? Because I can stop the screen share and you can take it.
What you're doing is fine. I'm not disagreeing with any of that.
No. I don't mind. There's a variation, and it should. You go ahead and explain it now. When you were talking about how Douglas did it, it was difficult to actually visualize what you said, and so
okay.
When it's drawn, it's almost easier to visualize it.
Well, over here, just leave what you've got right there. I'll do some annotating if that's all right.
That's great.
Okay. Let me pick a circle here. Okay, you see on the coil on the left up here, that endpoint and that endpoint?
Yeah.
What Doug would do is he would put his plus on one side and his negative on one side with 200 millivolts, let that drain out, and then he would put the plus on the one side and the negative on the other side. So it would actually work in both directions, and that's to allow the two-way flow of the nano coating with alternating current, because alternating likes to go both directions. It doesn't care. With plasma, from what I understand, works in a direct current fashion, so it's going to go one direction. But when you do this flip of your red and black connector, it allows the nano coating to flow in both directions simultaneously. That's the understanding that he passed along to us.
Yeah, I heard him in that lesson too, but I don't understand it because he's on the voltage setting. There's no voltage on the positive negative lead on the voltage setting, so he's not applying any voltage. He's definitely draining.
Yeah,
but once he's drained one way, he connects it the other way. There's nothing left to drain, so he's not getting any advantage to doing it the other way, in my opinion. But
is he just hooking up a voltmeter, or is he hooking up a device that's putting out 200 milliamps and with a volt?
It's just a voltmeter.
Oh, I see.
Voltmeter on the 200 milliamp setting.
I see. Okay, I didn't understand that. Mm-hmm.
And what his reasoning behind it was that it actually allows alignment of the nano coatings to flow in both directions. It's training the nano coating to allow voltage in both directions. That was his reasoning for it.
Right. I thought we were supposed to have it trained the plasma to go in one direction. I thought that was kind of the whole idea.
Well, the plasma will flow in any direction it wants, but it is basically DC, so it's going in one direction. But again, this is what Doug has shared in the class. So
well, there's some reasoning to it, and especially if you consider the confusion as to which direction is the plasma really flowing in. Is it going toward your device, or is it going toward the source of the grid? You know, and this kind of thing, or some other direction. Sorry, I just had a afterthought there that I tacked on, where it could be, just out into space and into all directions. Go ahead.
Well, with alternating current, actual current flows one direction one moment and then switches and goes the other direction. That's the concept behind alternating current, is it actually goes one direction and flows the other direction. With DC, your continuity is required because it's only going to flow in one direction, and plasma works in a one-directional type flow. But the thing is, when we're dealing with it at a different level, you're always giving and taking with plasma. So,
or it could also be in it could also be in a pulsed situation as well, where instead of an AC or DC, you could have a pulsed DC, which is similar to an AC. It'll still run AC, but it would be a pulsed DC perhaps, which I was thinking with the one-way plasma flow, it acts as same as a diode or a rectifier. It allows the flow one way, so that when the grid pulse comes through, it transforms into a pulse DC, which is more plasma friendly. But there's different ideas on that, and may not be anywhere near what the Mr. Keshe's explanation is of it.
And then, speaking of different ideas, I know JC has mentioned in your Ganz balls within the different layers of the stacker, adding different combinations of a little bit of, you know, in say the top one, add a little CO2 and a little CuO, so that you have the combination of the fields. Because here we're looking at it at a matter level, and the thing that we need to start moving into is looking at it from a more plasmatic and energy totality level. So we want as many field interactions at every level as possible. So you're making connections with the inner rings and the outer rings and the outer rings and the inner rings, and we've got more energy there in these coils than we have any idea about. And when we're putting the Ganses on them, we're actually locking those coils to that specific energy vibration and gradient. So we're creating a gradient between the outer and inner by putting different GANs on each.
That's
and then
true. Mm-hmm.
between each stacker, we're creating a gradient between each of those as well. So spatially, you're getting a toroidal field. I'm just going to annotate again.
Mm-hmm.
That's here. I'm going to choose a different color than blue. I'm going to go with yellow, because you've got the toroidal field.
You got to be careful with yellow; it won't show up.
Okay, well,
you can use.
Looks good here, I think. Does it show up for you, Denny?
I'm not seeing it.
Well, I just went to pink.
Oh, there it is. I saw yellow.
Yellow's actually not too bad, because the pink
yellow's
looks too much like the red.
Okay, well.
Or you could also make the line thicker. There's a choice of line thickness under the color icon.
All right. Well.
Yeah, bigger worm.
But it is showing up not too bad here.
Yeah, yellow's fine. We'll go with that in this case. Sometimes it doesn't show up.
Interaction at each level that's feeding, because it's basically creating your infinity loops and then doing the same. Oops, run out of mouse room. You've got toroidal fields at each level, and they're interacting between each stacker. And then they're creating your infinity loops and interconnecting in this direction, in this direction, and it's just turning into a mess at this point. But you've got those interconnections between your outer ring and your inner ring that are creating an infinity loop and a gradient between the two, outer coil and the inner coil of each stacker. So you've got all these field interactions that are going on here, and where it's heightened is right down the middle, because that's where the concentration of the vortex of your toroidal donuts are. The most powerful place is in the middle of all those fields. And you're basically creating almost a singularity in there.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, what about the very middle of the middle? Is it not like the center of the cyclone? It's the center of the wheel that never turns, in a way. It becomes the singularity at that point. So it's actually in the middle of the strongest field is actually the void at the same time.
Yeah, and in fact, you've proven that more than one times by, doing all those spinners, making those bubbles and that vacuum in between. Is at the center of all of it is that most concentrated plasma. That's the sun in the middle of your solar system, or, it's the soul in the middle of your brain. it always creates a void and a vacuum there. So it creates the bubble, and that's where the highest concentration of energy is. So I don't know if that helped or confused anybody, but
No,
that brings up a good point, which is the interaction of these three balls that we show here, that and three coil sets, is the creation of what's called the free plasma, which is the important point actually of the whole exercise when it comes right down to it. Because then if you can create the free plasma in this reactor, let's say this Magrav unit, and then you have another Magrav beside it and another one to triangulate it, then you can have another free plasma in the center of them, or even between two, but it works best with three, because then it becomes a true free plasma in the center of all three. And then if you have four, it would raise that free plasma up higher, as in the center of the four units, in a pyramid fashion. So that free plasma is the basis of the field effects of the spaceship configuration, or various field generation configurations, and so on.
and if you look at it in a different way, you have the three different layers: soul, emotion, and physicality, or your body.
Mm-hmm.
And that's part of why we work in that three levels, because you connect to all three together. Although I personally have a theory that one stacker has probably the same amount of power as three. However, you want that connection with the three different levels to get the maximum power out of it. Because it also ties into the rules of three in the universe.
That's right. Three skin layers, or when you have a dielectric between two plates, for example. You always need the space in between in order to have the potential. It always has to be something in between.
Yeah, and you can't have anything without, at the very least, an electron and a neutron. It's always two, but there's that third field interaction.
Well, yeah, they have to have space in between them, and that's the third factor in a way. So it's the field interaction, or just the fact that there is space, I guess, which is never empty at the same time.
Right. I mean, even in religion, there's the Trinity. It's always in threes, and in magical type things, it's always in threes.
And that's what there's the Father, the Son, and then there's the Holy Ghost, Holy Spirit, which is like the connector.
And we can call that soul, emotion, and body, or a three-stacker coil system. Now, actually, if you take a look at the coils themselves, you have your outer coil, which has an inner coil inside of it, a smaller coil inside of it, and then you also have that loop that goes through it. So in each one of your coils, you actually have three coils in one. And then if you put three on the outside and three on the inside, that gives you what? 6 coils in effect, or 6 loops within that. And then we add that to the 2 other coils, so you actually have 6, 12, 18 loops that current is going through. So it's creating all kinds of vortex and toroidal fields that are concentrating within the middle of that stacker. And that's just awesome.
Yeah, end result, it's awesome. Yeah, it's quite a concept actually, and the way that you just laid it out there with the different levels and so on really makes sense. I mean, the way the energy flows through the bottom, coming in through the bottom levels with the CUO there and that structure, and then flowing up through, sort of up through the heart, you might say, and then out through the top of the head, in a way. So it's that that type of energy flow.
That middle level is actually compressing that energy down from those fields, and it's basically shooting it out the top. It's kind of like a big, I kind of picture it like a big water slide that you're going in, and then you're coming back out. And you're picking up speed going down, you know, the spiral. It's the same way for the electrons as they're moving through that super conductor of the nano coating.
They're having the ride of their life on the water slide. Happy electrons.
Maybe that's helpful for James, you know, to think of it in those different ways, because as we're moving more into working with the soul, you know, this is just the physicality stuff.
Well, James mentions, yeah, James mentions, I see the bottom coil as the body, the middle soul, and the top is spirit. The soul is emotions, he says. Okay, well, that's another way of looking at it. You know, it's essentially a similar way of looking at it, but just
potato.
Everyone has different experiences in life in order to relate to. So some go with the Trinity and the Christian religion, others go with other types of trinities related to who knows what, geometry, or you could even see all this just in terms of chemistry alone. You can see hierarchies and fields and other interactions with materials that are all very much part of it.
And in the computer world, we'd call it a fractal, because it's one layer that goes into another layer that goes into another layer, and that pattern basically repeats. And we see that throughout nature and the universe, and Mr. Keshe explains it very beautifully in the books. Which I'm still waiting to get my copies. From what I've seen of them being shared in classes, he explains it very well. And in different mystery schools that are around that I've been a participant in, you see that, you know, conduction of it's basically a great machine that everything is interacted and connecting with each other, and through the Magrav fields it explains it very eloquently.
Yeah, as Jay just mentioned in the chat, the diagram looks like a set of human lungs. And I noticed that earlier too. I was going to point that out actually, that this field diagram is very much like a human body. We've got the lungs and heart and sort of a pumping system going on, and so on, you know.
In fact, if you look further at, you know, the human physiology, you have dynamic reactors within you, and within the body there's something like 60 kilograms of Ganz. Imagine how much you can do with that by yourself right now without any of the toys on the outside. You have, You know, if you want to call the
Yes, that's right. And there's another factoid which you'll throw into that, which is what we discovered last week about there's 5 grams of, you mentioned the Ganz. There's 5 grams of deuterium water inside of our bodies on average, and one gram of deuterium hydrogen. So that's interesting.
Is it tritium?
Well, out of that 1 gram, there would be a certain percentage actually of tritium just naturally occurring because of the deuterium level and so on as well. That's like 1 in, what is it? 1 in roughly 6,000 atoms is the deuterium compared to H2O regular, and 1 in a million and something is the tritium compared to a regular water molecule. So we do have all these things racing around inside of our bodies. It's mostly a matter of orchestrating these entities and these parts of ourselves so they work together to perform some function that we can get them to do with the kind of understanding that we're learning, you know, through this.
Yeah, well, we are co-creators in the universe, and we come from that source energy, if you want to call it divinity, and that connection through our souls is basically, we're all an individualization of divinity to experience itself and its different universes, because we're connected in all places of time and space simultaneously.
Yes.
And
go ahead, sorry.
And that's one of the things that, you know, we're being taught to work with our emotions and see how it connects through our bodies, because we are plasma reactors. We are actually radioactive. You know, I was amazed to find that vitamin B12 is basically a radiation that we take into us, or a nucleic acid.
I was amazed to find out that on the average breath that you take, that all of us take on this planet, there's roughly 25,000 radon atoms with every breath.
Yeah, so basically we're radioactive machines, and we feed on it and work with it. Our body transmutes it into other materials within our bones and our skeletal structure, and it's just like, wow.
Yeah, as long as it's not overwhelmed by too much of certain high energy levels, then we actually thrive on certain. That's what they give to the B12 you mentioned. That's what they give to pregnant women who you know, that's what you use to multiply with, is that radiation is like the knife that cuts the DNA and allows the duplication and so on.
Yeah, the rapid cell division from the folic acid.
Exactly.
And one last tidbit, since we were talking about interesting factoids, when we throw off our mortal coil, the amount of energy that's released from releasing your physicality is equivalent to 18 Hiroshimas.
Yeah, I heard that one time. I never looked into it. I've always, that's a hard one for me to get my head around. But how is that figured? I
have no idea how that
it must be due to the loss, a sudden loss of mass that they figure must be converted to energy. And when you convert mass directly to energy, a very small amount has enormous you know, potential, like atomic bomb potential, basically. So maybe that's the way it's calculated, and so on. We don't see, you know, people being cremated and blowing up the crematories, or, you know, so and so, such and such saint passed away and took away
Spontaneous
50,000
combustion.
people during his
Right.
passing or
you-
whatever. It's
You
just
see
not
some
happening that
spontaneous
way.
combustion from time to time, but
Yes,
you know,
yeah, and usually that's shortly before the death of the person. So I'm not sure if that counts.
but
yeah,
you know, generally when plasma is released, it's a fairly gentle thing. But if you have, just consider it. I mean, if you release 18 Hiroshimas when you depart your shell, how much energy do you have right now that you're
yeah,
not
good point.
necessarily utilizing?
Yeah.
So that's just something to consider, and I'll shut up now. It's been great sharing with you guys.
Well, thank you. Things you say sound familiar, so it's.
I get to
think we'll
break
find
it,
out more.
breaker.
All right, come in, Denny.
Well, I'm still trying to hold the thread with James on what he might want to do with his Magrav system. And I thought since Keith was thinking about making a Magrav system, if he would feel like showing us what he would do, what he's planning on doing. Is that something you would like to do, Keith, or not?
Well, you pretty much laid out what I was planning to do. The only thing I would do different is I'd blend my balls with a mixture of Ganses as opposed to just going one or the other. I kind of was paying attention to John Anderson with the different combinations to make the different connections. And, you know, until I do it, I won't know what kind of results I get.
Yeah, and it's the same thing with me until when I'm doing something 2 days before I actually do it, I may have changed my mind. And so I look at that. I've got some of these little balls that you get in gumball machines that come in different sizes.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, well, maybe I would put 3 balls together, and something would be in one ball and something would be in the other ball, and another one would be in the other ball if I'm using the center ball. And Thomas, when he explained his systems, they're quite they're a little bit more of a hybrid system without using a ball, and he uses star formations in certain of his experiments too, which is quite interesting. And some of his systems are worth a test to see how. I don't know if you had a chance to listen to some of Thomas's.
Yeah, Tomas's stuff is absolutely fascinating.
Yes,
and it kind of confirms with me. My process, I kind of go by my intuition. The way I was raised, my grandmother taught me to listen to my intuition. And the thing is, since we're all connected to the source, we actually have all the knowledge of the universe within us already. We just need to learn to ask better questions to get to that knowledge. Because you do have all that within you. And instead of looking outside, we need to start looking within. Because you'll find all the answers are there. And you ask the question and instantly you get an answer. And that's learning to trust that instinct, I think, is part of this journey that we're all traveling on here with the Keshe Foundation. And it's in line with the ethos. So that's my kind of process. I listen to my instincts. And, you know, more often times than not, throughout my life, I found that they end up being right, which is probably how I ended up here.
Yeah, good point.
Well, I'm about ready to stop share. I think there's probably more chat that I can't see, so I'm going to stop share. And
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
thanks for sharing, Denny. I really appreciate this topic. I just kind of walked in. I woke up. I was like, yeah, let's get over in the plasma reactor group. I don't have to be in class this morning.
Well, this is James's doing. This is not mine. James had some questions, and so I just threw up the chart so that people could comment on what his questions were.
And thanks for your input, Lee. You know, I respect your information quite a lot, sir. You've been inspirational to me. So thank you.
You're welcome, Keith. Thanks.
Yes. Thank you very much, Leah. And stop share. Come, here I go.
Okay, thank you, Denny. I'll start the video here just to fill in till we get the next filler to fill. Get that on the second screen and spotlight it. There we go.
And while I'm at it, I want to thank you, Rick, because you've been instrumental with holding these plasma reactor groups to my advancement in Keshe technology over the last year, too.
Right on. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's amazing how, you know, I actually woke up this morning. There were two messages on my messages. The first two messages were thanking me for the work I'd done and so on, and I was just blown away. It was just a beautiful way to start the day when you're thanked for the work you've done, and I appreciate that very much. Yeah, it's been close to, well, I think it's over 4 years now we've been doing the plasma reactor group, and even longer than that that I've been involved with the Keshe Foundation. And I think Guy, you came in then after the first couple of plasma reactor groups, I think.
The third or the fourth plasma session.
Yeah, it was more or less a dinner group when you came into it.
The very first time. And it was only a little workshop for come and check that out, and I sticked around.
And tell the story about how we met, and how did you find out about the plasma group?
I mean, personally, I kind of I heard about Mr. Keshe through the internet, and what I was doing
and
was...
you used to hang out at this cafe in Souk, right?
Yeah, because I live on the boat, and I didn't have access to the internet on the boat. So I was going at that cafe almost every day to get my internet connection from there. And for some time I was kind of, you know, basically trying to figure out which domain in science I wanted to do something in science, but I was not really sure which way or who to follow, actually, even though I read a lot. One of my best, of course, was Tesla. I read a lot about Tesla, and then I kind of gravitated around a lot of different inventors and bright minds. It exploded my mind into a different world of science. And I was looking basically for something new, and I heard about Mr. Keshe, actually, and maybe like somebody said earlier, it's like that's where I followed my intuition. I had a very strong intuition that it really resonated strongly with some of the stuff I heard from Mr. Keshe, that actually really resonated strongly with what I intuitively kind of understood about the subject. So basically I really got intrigued with Mr. Keshe, and I thought it was extraordinary, but nobody was talking about it. I was very excited all in my little corner there, knowing that information at the coffee shop. And one day I kind of that's how I met Rick, actually. It was Rick was talking about Mr. Keshe, but a table beside me.
Yeah, and this is a cafe that I visited maybe 4 times in 10 or 15 years. And this happened to be one of those times. Okay.
Yeah, and I just overheard you saying, talking about Mr. Keshe, and I was, you know, flabbergasted, first of all, that somebody else knows about it. And I remember I kind of saluted you saying it's extraordinary. I you know. It's,
Yeah, you more or less greeted me there, and yeah.
And we basically.
So it was a shock to me too, because I was talking to my buddy about Keshe, and you know, trying to tell him more about the situation and so on, and you just overheard the name Keshe came up, and you were the next table basically, and here it is, you know, in this small town. You can't even convince someone to talk to them about this technology most of the time. Here's this guy who already knew about it, and that was, you know, a few years ago now, like, well, 4 years ago or whatever. So it wasn't as in fashion as it is now. There's nowhere near as much you know, publicity as the Keshe Foundation.
That was at the very beginning, and
yeah.
actually the very first thing was to what I did was to put all my little economy beside and buy the books. That was at the very thing I did.
Well, actually, you came out, invited you to come to the Keshe Plasma Reactor group, right? And you went to one of the meetings, and then first thing you did was same thing I did, took every last penny I had and plunked it into the books.
Yeah, and I was, and then the journey of reading them, because I per se, I don't have a scientific background. I kind of did a lot of different things in my life, but I never really dabbled science, and even
French,
though I kind
French is your native language as well, so that's another thing. Yeah.
And I do, I like different things in life, but I'm very diverse in my passions, but I never really dabbled science, or I never actually put a hands-on approach either. And that's what I learned here with you. And it's the greatest things to have Rick around too. I feel like one of the luckiest, because every single time I come up with the questions, I got the answer, or we strike a good discussions, and we're gonna go. And I like Rick's approach, because he's using the internet very wisely. When we come up with the questions, or what is that word and what does that mean, we go and sometimes find pretty incredible information. You just got top off some of the discussion that we had, or the teaching we received from Mr. Keshe was extraordinary anyway at the beginning, when we're actually trying to confirm for ourselves if all this makes sense, when we actually start seeing confirmation from many different ways, even before Mr. Keshe became known. You know, it's like really at the beginning, it was to me anyway, it was extraordinary. It's like I found a scientific messiah. It's like that was it. And being here at the beginning, I had a hard time, but it's to do the things, you know, to eventually come up with doing the Ganz, and you know, doing the coils, and the nano coating. And to me, that was a very new in my life. And right now, I'm not very good. I'm following everybody's better than me, but I'm getting into understanding concepts. And now, after some years, it's amazing. I cannot say I mastered anything, but it's kind of, you know, we all got to play with these and get the knowledge, but it's somehow relative knowledge. It's kind of, we're all learning through this, and maybe there's little cues we have missed so far, or, you know, or approaches that nobody tried that will discover something amazing. You know, I like serendipity. I don't know if I pronounce it well, but it's when you're very intent of trying and digging into, you know, trying to understand what's going on, and then there's a little fluke or a little luck, and then suddenly, oh, we discovered something big with this, you know. Like I really believe in positive attitude, and I'm climbing, I call it the mountain of science, very slowly, and trying to follow the big boys like you guys.
Hey, Guy, you're perfect the way you are, brother. Man, you taught me as well with the numbers and the music a few weeks back.
Oh, I got to say, recently I'm discovering things about the relation between music and even crystal growth. And this is very recent, where I'm trying to dabble a little more in sacred geometry, and I got a beautiful book actually that talks about that, but I didn't realize that there was a direct link between the two, the musical scale, the tones, and the architecture of music, and the architecture of crystals, and the growth of crystals, and so really it gets me into thinking of, you know, did anybody try to induce frequencies with those coils, and or using you know, an approach of activating the crystals, or you know, like through sound, or through
or even different frequencies other than the usual 60 hertz frequency of the line frequency.
Actually,
what
yeah.
if we put in, you know, the 432 hertz or some other
or a
frequency?
combination of frequencies, which would be phase in different combinations, and that
any of the Fibonacci would help. And I'm going to just say one word: resonance.
Yes, exactly. I was going to mention harmonies and resonance.
And raising your personal vibration. Sound is a factor in that. There are certain tones that create and release energy, and they're considered sacred tones. But remember, this is where the science and the spirituality is merging back in together with the Keshe Foundation. You know, they got ripped apart long ago, but we're bringing them back together because they are all interconnected.
Yeah,
everything.
Even science is going there now with the idea of phonons, which is basically a sound, tiny sound bite or a vibration, rather than a photon, which would be a light, you know, package or energy package. So they're starting to catch on. There's more to it than just light, and you know, E equals mc squared is not exactly squared all the time.
And in fact, sound, if you go into the Great Pyramids, it's a large resonant sound chamber. So that it's also an ancient key to power.
And if you go into the ancient teachings, also mention the two bases, practically all teachings, the two bases of creation, which is sound and light. You know, first there was the word, that was sound, and then there was light. Wasn't that the way it goes? There was light first, and then the sound, then the word.
Yeah, yeah.
The word came first.
And you speak things into.
I can't remember. I never did memorize
why
it.
our words are so important.
Yes, right, exactly.
In fact, the voice box and creating the vibrations of the sound of our voice come into play, because there are different frequencies, and if you take a look at some of the what are those monks that do the singing? Gregorian chants.
Gregorian chants.
The Gregorian chants. There's specific frequencies that cause your soul to elevate and resonate. And you know, the thing is, we've been sold out that we have to talk to the divine through a priest or through a rabbi or, you know, imam. And the thing is, we've had a direct connection all the time.
I had to have a bit of a discussion with someone about that exactly today, and they were saying, you know, like, you know, how is it that everybody in the world is going to be able to accept Mr. Keshe as the Messiah? This is going to be a real problem. I have a problem accepting Mr. Keshe as the Messiah, and I don't know if I can follow him, and so on. I said,
don't follow him.
I said, yeah, exactly. I just told him, Mr. Keshe does not want you to follow him. He does not want followers. He's delivering the knowledge so that you can elevate yourself, so that you can be the Messiah. You are the Messiah. You just have to realize it, and so on. And the person was thankful after I reminded him that it was not, you know, others, and it's not about you know, holding Mr. Keshe to bear as being the Messiah or some sort of figure that you have to worship. It is, he keeps reminding us not to worship him, but to worship essentially our own essential self, to connect with that spiritual part of ourselves and elevate ourselves, because we can do that with this knowledge. That's the whole key to learning how to exist in space as an entity, and so on.
And it's very eloquently stated as, you know, we are co-creators of the universe. At a quantum level, a part of something has the whole power of the whole. And since we're all part of the source energy, you know, I'm going to say something that might be considered, you know, really questionable, but do you pray to God or do you pray as God? Because truly we are part of God, so therefore we have all the power of God within us. So we are all God, if you want to use that term, or divinity, or the source energy. It doesn't matter. You want to call it Allah, Odin, Thor, you know, any name that you want to place. We're all part of the divine, and we create the universe around us. And we're co-creators of the universe. So we have all that power within us. We're just not using it because we're being lazy humans. We've gotten used to getting our answers outside of us instead of going within us.
Yeah, well, that's the big point, lazy humans. And it's true, we're actually, you know, if you were to categorize humans, we're lazy and somewhat violent, actually quite violent when it comes right down to it, in terms of domestic abuse straight through to world wars and whatnot, which we're on the verge of at this point. So, you know, it's nice and fine to have all kinds of altruistic views and that we are God. At the same time, all hell can break loose at any moment, like just happened underneath my desk for some reason, where this apparatus just fell down. So,
well, chaos is also a form of order.
Yeah, things happen, as they say. Stuff happens and other things happen, yes. So, yeah, this is the dichotomy we live in, where somehow due to this condition we find ourselves in this gravitational environment, this gravitational and atmospheric environment, it's a little hard to remember our God status, let's say, and our godliness, our higher self, because it's easy to, I mean, why do we end up on planet Earth to start with? Somebody was telling me a couple of days ago that this is the their idea was that this is the prison planet, and so on. I mentioned, yes, that could be seen that way, but at the same time you could say that this is the liberation planet. And what could be more wonderful than coming to the liberation planet? Or some others might say this is the you know, entertainment planet. So it's, what could be more wonderful than enjoying yourself on planet Earth? Others might say this is the place to learn how to get off the wheel of karma and leave the gravitation of planet Earth and take our place in a different point of the universe, or take a position somewhere in other points of the universe. So there's, you know, I think there's room for all perspectives. I think this, the game of planet Earth can be played on many different levels, and you get, what you see is what you get, is one of the jokes of the Laugh In, the show of the 1960s. They used to say is, what you see is what you get. But it's true of reality. There's another saying, reality is what's in your face, what gets in your face. And in effect, that's what happens. We create our own reality, but at the same time, whatever that creation is gets, that's in your face. That's whatever you're faced with every day is what we are creating. Sometimes voluntarily, and probably most of the time involuntarily, according to most people's experiences that don't like the things that they're experiencing. They probably didn't voluntarily create it, let's say.
Well, I think you hit on a couple of things there, and that one of them is, in this environment, we're focused on what we see. And we need to look with better eyes than what are in our head that we're utilizing, because we see much more than we want to accept. And sometimes it's hard to be divine when you keep getting the mushroom treatment. The
mushroom treatment? Sorry, what's that again?
Where you're kept in the dark.
Yeah. Right, yeah. Okay, well, again, it's even on the higher levels, perhaps, it's what you see is what you get, because as your vision changes, then, and you become more awakened to what is and the fields that exist and so on, then so too is what you see is what you get. Then all of a sudden you've got all these fields and visions and stuff you have to deal with because they're again in your face in a way. Yeah, we always have a perspective, no matter where in space we're looking from.
With horses, they keep them focused narrowly straight ahead with putting something called blinkers on.
Blinders or blinkers, yeah.
Blinkers, and it only lets the horse see directly ahead. Mm-hmm. And, in our society, we're basically taught to put blinkers on and stop utilizing the stuff that's outside of our visual spectrum, because there's all kinds of fields and energies that are beyond the visual spectrum, because it's just a very narrow band that our eyes are attuned to.
That's
Dogs
right. Yeah.
Way more than we can, and kids see everything.
Part of the Zen archery training is you put on either a blindfold, or you go out. The Zen master waits with the archery trainees until it's completely dark out, and then he points at the general direction of the target. The target's over there. Now shoot for it with your heart rather than your eyes, right? And you're to hit the target with their heart, their intuition, and so on. This is part of the training I've heard of that occurred to a friend of mine.
Yeah, I've done martial arts training with very similar things, where we actually would pretend to stab each other from behind. So you can't see them at all. In fact, we put blindfolds on to even restrict our visual stimulation even less, so that we're having to use our other vision that's beyond that. And you can actually sense intent. You could feel when somebody had that intention to harm you coming up from behind, and you just step aside. And it's even minor motions just to avoid, that attack. And learning to get that calm and that trust, building up that trust and our confidence in ourselves, because even Caroline DeRoos in 168 was saying, we have all the skills and the power already. We just need to build the confidence and the trust in ourselves to let that brilliance and light shine forth and emote from us and resonate. And at that point, I'm just going to shut up, and I love you guys.
Yeah, we got into some esoteric stuff there. Very good. Thank you very much. That was excellent, Keith. All right, moving along, perhaps.
I don't know, maybe I should specify something about these solfeggio tones. You know, the law of music have been changed, and for many thousands of years there was universally everybody was using the same tones, and some 400 or 500 years ago a pope came up and decided to change the law of music, and this is, everybody can read this, and basically kind of reduce what it's called you know, an octave, and put a little spacing, additional space. So basically he added one note into the spacing. But it was before, on an octave, there was 6 notes, not 7. And SI, the note SI, that's the one that's been added up. So that changed the spacing of all these notes. And they changed the instrument accordingly. So basically all the instruments nowadays are based on the 440. But it used to be different. And here I just want to specify something. Is that those original 6 notes nowadays make sense. And there's actually a Nobel Prize in medicine that has been attributed because the guy was using these exact tones, the original 6, which is the solfeggios. But what they know now, they correspond to the law of light. And you see the 3 primary colors are the 3 first notes, do, re, mi. And then the 3 secondary colors would be fa, sol, la. And then you would come, the SI has been added up, but that was the original tones. And nowadays they know that the law of light and the law of music is the same. But we need to come back, like you know, like they say, people just if you want to hear more harmonious music, you should drop from 440 to 432. It is true. It's gonna really brings the music more at peace. But originally it was not 432, it was 417. And those are the exact note that actually plays with our DNA. So if you actually use a 418 or 440, it wouldn't actually do nothing to your DNA. But when you use 417, which is the exact note of the solfeggio, then your DNA does a little something. It's like an order for it. It's every single note, do, re, mi, in the original solfeggios does something to our DNA. So it's totally linked physically with our DNA and frequencies, but pure frequencies. There are the exact 3 color of light, and the 3 how do you say that, the primaries and the secondaries, which is double sets of 3s. You know, in reality, I've been having some discussion about that we live in 3 dimension, but is it really 3 dimension, or is it not 6? You know, there's the X, Y, Z, okay, but if there's one side, there's the other side. If there's the top, there's the bottom. If there's that side, there must be the other side too. So are we talking about 6, or are we talking about 3 that has
Well,
polarities?
first of all, who is the we that we're talking about? Like all humans, or yourself, or certain people, or whatever? Because you could look at ourselves as having like wormholes through space. We're like a wormhole, and any part of our life is like a cross section of that wormhole. Now, at the same time, any point that you're in the wormhole, you can also expand your vision if you were to sort of wake up in that moment, to expand sideways to everything that's not the worm that is right in front of you with your blinders, but to take the blinders off and see everything that's not just that wormhole, everything around it instantly, and take in that as part of your life and be able to expand into other forms if necessary, rather than just that human wormhole, because there might be other options once you expand out. Whoa, humans are so limited by their wormholes. Out here I'm able to do much more if I wish, but it's so overwhelming that maybe I'll just stick to the wormhole. It's easier. It's a lot of fun being a worm, you know. So welcome to planet Earth, the place of wormholes.
Actually, that reminds me of a story that's similar, but it goes like this: there's a three-person crossing a park. One is a businessman, is quite busy, so he goes right through it, doesn't see a thing. The other one is kind of a normal person, and they just kind of walk by and enjoy the trees and everything. And but the third one is kind of a little kid. Never actually went into the park, and he goes into the grass and actually discovered the whole world there. He stayed the whole afternoon there. You would have spent days there just discovering. So there's the three cross the parks, but it's the way they actually perceive reality. One was actually totally open, and more you open, more you discover everything around, or you go into, like you said, tunnel vision. You go right through. Or you know, everybody has their actually flavor of, you know, how we experience. I personally, the way I experience science is body, mind, heart, which I basically, it's a voluntary action of my part to try to learn more about natural science and to get it a very practical knowledge. So basically, something that really I can use, I can understand, can use, and maybe one day help. And help evolve anyway. And you know, I signed that peace treaty there because I really wish it, like everybody else. But I really, it's like everybody has their rhythm, though.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I personally, I would like to be like certain heroes, like Lee, or Mark, or you know, there's a lot of people here in the back that has been totally blowing my mind, but
everybody finds their own niche of what to do and so on, you know. Maybe maybe you tuning your guitar to 417 will be your enlightenment or something, and you can play it here for us one day. Who knows?
Maybe
Something bizarre like that could be just the thing that I figure that everybody on the planet essentially has something that they're better at than everybody else at their one particular thing that they can really do better, and it takes maybe a long time to really bring that out, and we learn as we go through life, wow, I'm really pretty good at that, I'm not so good at these things, but wow, that one thing I'm pretty good at, I find I'm sharp at that. Everybody else seems dull, you know, and I don't know what it is, but I happen to be really good at Lego, you know, or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. Rocket science. I just happen to be really good at rocket science. I'm not good with anything else, but I'm good with rocket science or whatever. So I think that we do have all these gifts to present, and like was said earlier by Keith and so on, we're all part of the same being. So it's basically just different aspects of the same thing that we keep coming down to, and it's a strange and wonderful phenomenon, the whole deal, basically.
Yeah, we're growing together, basically.
We're lucky to be alive at this time in space.
Can I share a perspective that
Absolutely.
we're all a unique piece of a giant jigsaw puzzle, and we all fall into place where we need to be and create the whole. Each of us has a little piece of the puzzle, and when we share that knowledge and that energy with each other, that's how the whole recombines, going back to the source. And back to what Guy was sharing with the so what was the tone? Solfeggio?
The solfeggio. Let
Yeah,
me
the
show you.
solfeggio tones. If you think about it, I'd also describe that in the Magrav coils.
Guy's going to just show here briefly. I think he wants to show something. Maybe we can just have a look at
Maybe
this.
I can show you how to get those tones. It's quite easy. It used to be 6.
Oops, I did it wrong there. Go ahead.
In an octave, it used to have 6 instead of 7. So basically, I'm going to do 6 divisions like that. 5, 6. And then you keep going. 7, 8, 9. And then you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And here you got the 3 primary colors and the 3 secondary colors. And these are megahertz?
No, well,
Kilohertz.
Kilohertz. Is it kilohertz?
for colors, I think it would be, yeah. Is that correct, Keith?
Yeah, I believe it's
For
kilohertz.
light?
Thank you
Okay,
for
yeah.
having smartness around. But kilohertz. So basically, all of these would be that would be, I'm not totally sure, but it would be the 3 primary colors. But when they use that specific frequency, your DNA activates at 174. Not anywhere else around. You see, we got 440 nowadays. By the way, who actually applied the 440 was Goebbels, the propagandist of Hitler. That's the one who stamped the law of 440, and the whole world accepted it. Like, oh yeah, okay, okay. But anyway, 417, all these notes were known to vibrate with the human soul. This is the Gregorians, you know, they were chanting on these tones. And my belief system is that it's linked to light, actually, the 3 primary colors, 3 secondary colors. But they all very much link to our DNA too. So basically, I think there's something big into this. I've been talking about that for many times. But and there's another thing too. If you do numerology, they all end up doing 3, 6, 9s because you take 1 plus 7, 8, 4, 12. That would be 12 or 3. This would be 10, 15, which would be 6. And then 3, 9, 6, which is very much like what Tesla said. Tesla liked the 3, the 9, and the 6.
You knew the secret of the 3, the 9, and the 6. You
And
know
this
the
one
secret
is-
of the universe.
Yeah, do, re, mi, and mi is very considered in genetic anyway. It's considered like the miracle tone, the one that has the healing tone. Anyway, they all have specifics, and they all do that. 3, 6, 9, 3, 6, 9 ultimately numbers. And there's a perfect trinity in, let's say, in parallax, double trinity. It's very. Those are the solfeggios.
Parts of your body.
Yeah.
Also line up with the different parts of your body, and also, I'm a hypnotist, and I've studied brainwave frequencies, and those tones actually correspond with levels of consciousness in your brain as well.
Interesting.
You actually can play with binary beats, binaural beats actually, which create 2 different tones at different frequencies. And what your brain does is it creates a 3rd frequency that's the delta of those 2 frequencies, so it goes to the one right in between.
That's what this device does, essentially. It's called brain power, and you hold on to these 2 hand grips, basically, and you sit there with the device. It has a crystal radio circuit in it, but like you're saying, this is tuned to 2 circuit, two frequencies at the same time, and if you subtract one frequency from the other, then you end up with a beat frequency, which happens to be, with this setup, is the theta brainwave frequency, which is the Schumann Earth resonant frequency, or atmospheric resonance. So when you can, it's the same example as what you're talking about. Basically, is you're using these two frequencies to bounce off each other to present a resultant that actually resonates with our physicality and our spirit, essentially, through the theta brainwave frequency, rather than the busy brain of the beta brainwave frequencies, and so on. So you get lowered down into the alpha and theta, which would have been part of the solfeggio ceremonies and so on the early church days and so on. You don't want people in there with all their busy brain stuff about daily activities and worrying about the kids and worrying about money and all that kind of worldly stuff. You want to raise people's vibration by lowering their brainwave frequency.
But they had something about architecture too. It's like when you were inside the church was built in a way that it had extraordinary resonating power if you were situated in a certain place in the church.
Yep, that would be again to resonate with the theta and alpha more than the beta. Get the beta. It's all designed to remove the beta. Get the beta out, basically. So you have different things like incense and the candles and different effects, basically, to keep the beta away and allow the essential self to exist in that.
There's something
later on, all those props got used by churches in order to manipulate people and extract money from you once a week.
Hey, Rick.
So it's kind of cheating. Go ahead.
I'd like to talk about that topic.
Okay, that's Emmanuel. Thank you, Emmanuel. Go ahead.
Hi,
Am I
Emmanuel.
coming in clear? Can you hear me? Hey,
Yes,
Keshe.
very good.
Okay, let's talk about frequency, vibration, that kind of thing, and structure and geometric structure. Let's remember that the brain has water around it, and the body is mostly water. And water actually forms into a structure, well, salt also in some forms, as well as blood. Salt in the blood, it forms into a crystalline structure. Okay, we have a lot of crystalline, what would you say, elements in our body that carry a free hydrogen. All right, so when we resonate with these frequencies and these vibrations, we're doing something on a plasma level, because the blood and the water in the body is plasmatic. So if we consider that when we're making GANs, we might actually be able to condition the GANs to resonate at that same frequency, because water has a memory. We've probably heard of freezing water and certain tones and vibrational frequencies and those types of things. Those conditions can create a certain type of resonance with the human body. And if we consider that, when we make a Magrav, we might actually condition the GANs that's left on the Magrav to actually resonate with us. And that might actually cause a more harmonious transition with the fields and the human body.
Well, part of that is the introduction of the amino acids to the formula, which makes the real connection to the human organism. And that makes sense in a way if you think of the amino acid as sort of a, well, we think of it as a spiral structure, but if you go to the actual, like, RNA and DNA and so on, it actually ends up being, we saw a picture in a couple of workshops ago of the DNA that was flat. It was the amino acid, rather, not DNA, but the amino acid that was a flat little spot, basically, that was magnified out. And that the interaction with that flat amino acid with other entities such as copper and iron and so on ends up, or oxygen, ends up flipping the molecule. I think Mr. Keshe talked about the interaction with oxygen, how it flips that amino acid, and suddenly instead of a flat structure, you've got a three-dimensional structure. So it goes from 2D to 3D. And then suddenly you've got the building blocks that you can build our, you know, Ganz material, our Ganz material out of.
The matrix, so you build a structure.
Yeah, you get to, as a creator, it's the perfect creating material.
Layering, there's a lot of layers.
A lot of layering, yeah. Boy, all those trillions
Specialized
and
layers.
trillions of cells just going at it all the time. Busy, busy, busy.
And that's also where our intention when we're building and creating our Ganses come into play, because our thoughts and our wishes, if you will, affect a effect upon the physical reality of what you're manifesting.
Yes, and it comes down to the question of what came first, the thought or the manifestation. So where did we come from? And where is our true existence? Where did it originate? Here we are.
We look at everything around us.
Somewhere it started as a voidness somewhere, and then all of a sudden a thought happened, and bop, then we popped into existence somehow. So it's a tricky deal.
Well, that thought would be from that source connection that we have, and everything around you, if you take a look at it, it all began as a thought first, then it became a blueprint, then it became a physical manifestation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And, you know, as we're learning to develop these abilities, we can skip the prototyping and the blueprinting. We can think it into manifestation, like our universal community relatives. And I think we're going back to one thing that Guy said earlier: peace. Once we establish that peace within ourselves, which is that mental, physical, energetic peace within us, then the universal community opens up and connects with you, because we have to have that peace within ourselves in order to communicate. We have so many different conversations in our minds going on that we have to learn to tone them down, tell them to shut up.
Yes,
be
that's
silent.
right.
And when we get that peace, and then we work in conjunction with others, then we actually show the universal community that we're able to exist and coexist and work cohesively with others, which magnifies and amplifies our manifestation and our results. And
that's
that
our ticket to
perspective.
Our ticket to space as well, because otherwise we don't get to go, essentially.
Exactly. And in that mathematics, 1 and 1 doesn't equal 2. It actually equals 11, because it's an exponential factor of when two consciousness combine and work together to create a third, another plasma, a free plasma that we're all part of. So I'm going to jump off the esoteric bandwagon here. But it is the direction that we're going, you know, with utilizing our souls and our wish as our command.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Learning to tap into those powers of manifestation that we've always had. Now we're really learning to work with that. And it starts with that peace process.
Yeah. And you're starting to see some of that pop up in our culture, and some of the young people that are sort of gifted in certain ways. They're just incredible, the things they can you know, conceive and talk about and manifest now. Certain individuals, at least. All right. Anything else on that? Any other comments that people would like to say?
All the tools we ever need are already inside of us, and we just have to learn to trust and use the force.
Yeah, Emmanuel says, accept the forgiveness, it is giving, and what use is a gift if it is not received? Then we have peace with ourselves, so forgive yourself, he says.
That's beautiful and correct.
Thank you.
I think that it's the great link. It's what get us together is that love, that thing that we share in common for humanity, and that's that's our greatest, link. But there's a diverse approach to it. It's like everybody's having their own point of view about it. And, but as long as we got respect and we appreciate everybody's different approaches, and like somebody said earlier, it's like we're all there for our little specialties. Even though. You may think you know nothing one day, you may be the one who push exactly the right button and like discover something absolutely incredible.
Mm-hmm.
So it's great to share it with all of you guys. I really feel the fraternity there, the understanding that we have. It's almost like a scientific spiritual quest. It's good to share that with you guys.
Yeah, good point.
Love your perspective, Guy.
Thank you.
Yeah, somebody else wrote something. Thanks, Guy, for taking sacred tones, I think it is. It all fits together as a whole. For talking sacred tones, right? It all fits together as a whole.
Yeah, I think that's again, it's an intuition. I came across those informations, and sometimes they really very strongly resonate. That was one of them.
Okay, well, James also says, I hope Guy creates plasma music for creativity stimulation.
Oh, that's nice.
In the alpha mind frequency.
Nice.
Okay.
Maybe a little piece of history here. They discovered in Peru that the Incas were actually using flutes which had tritones. Sometimes binaural tones, but sometimes they had tritones. They had a very strong
You're
lungs.
talking about playing at the same time.
Yeah,
these
the
tones,
guy was
not
blowing
just
and it
notes.
was giving tritones.
Mm-hmm.
So even the Incas were playing with this.
Mm-hmm.
It's been known for some of those secrets that actually these tones, if you coordinate, it's like geometry basically. If you coordinate them well, you can use them specifically to, in the case of binaurals, if you put those two different tones, you're going to end up in the middle. Your brain's going to make the middle.
Yeah, that's right. And we mentioned it all before, and like in this example of the sphere, if you could think of your brain like this as an example, and we have an electrode on the brain here attached, and it's an actual transducer which I've attached up to my computer, and I can listen to the sphere through this transducer. And then I've got another transducer up here, and the idea was to either stick one inside or to have you can have two transducers on each side of the globe to induce sound into it, like you're just saying, direct it into the very center of the sphere here. And of course that was for sonoluminescent cavitation experiment, but also you can actually listen to the sphere as, what does this fluid hear? What does it pick up, you might say? What is it resonant for? In this particular 500 milliliter, for example, sphere of a certain radius and so on, it'll have its own resonant frequency. And what if you just listen to it and suddenly you hear different things that it picks up? Could be anything from a radio station through to just vibrations, for example. So I'm thinking, what what might be picked up in the difference between just distilled water as opposed to Ganz water of different types. Does it pick up a different signal and whatnot? I've also experimented with this in the same way with light coming through. Since the sun finally came through after, what is it, 5-6 months now? Rain every day. It's still rain, but the sun did actually come through for part of the day a couple of days ago. Came right through. I saw it. Literally. I'm talking the real sun.
We have a very
it's been a rough time here
rainy
on the West Coast.
weather for unusual.
Yeah,
on the
so
West Coast
this
here.
unusual sun came through, and it was interesting because I could see how the sphere, first of all, it concentrates it enough that you have that piece of paper that I left on top there, that blank piece. It had a hole in it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have it there?
I'm not sure.
Where's all that paper that you had, your drawings?
Yeah, I created a
That one
magnifying
right
glass.
there. Yeah, the top one on top. I created a magnifying glass and I was able to do this with it. Poke a hole through
by
it.
magnifying the light with it and
Yeah,
burning.
Just about this distance away, about this far, with the sun coming through, was able to burn a hole in this piece of paper. So keep that in mind if you keep spheres around full of fluids, because the sun comes around and the little burn hole moves around. In fact, I thought it would be a neat clock to have this wrapped around, and it would burn the hole, just kind of a little semicircular hole around the paper as the sun
when
goes
the
around. Be pretty cool sundial, I figured. And then I thought, well, geez, if I can do that, why couldn't the ancients do that for a way to focus the rays and whatnot? And then I thought, well, if I can focus the rays with this one sphere and have another sphere, like a Ganz sphere or whatever, beside it, that the rays are focused into, then that would be pretty interesting. Focus these rays into the center, the very center of this sphere. So you have that same burn hole in the center of this one, creating many thousands of degrees. Whoa, I just got the light reflected in my eyes from doing that. Many thousands of degrees, I said, and I got flashed by the light. In the center of this sphere from this one, concentrating it. And if you want more of a concentration, just make a bigger sphere. Make it a meter. And it'll concentrate enough to disintegrate this sphere within seconds.
Hey, Rick, you're creating a laser.
Yeah, essentially a laser sphere.
Actually,
But,
there's a solar panel like that. It's a big ball of liquid,
was thinking
translucent
that,
like this, and it's on a stand. It's about 8-10 feet tall,
That's right.
and it burns on the ground something like 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah,
Centigrade,
you
I
need to
think,
do the
yep.
same thing with a Fresnel lens.
Yes, that's right.
Similar anyway.
So that's all still matter level
But
energy.
having a big ball like that really brings a perfect focus, actually.
Yeah,
better
so-
than a Fresnel.
Now, if it does that for light, why wouldn't it do that for, the Magrav units that are set up that we have as spheres and so on? It just illustrates the focusing abilities of something like that, and the ability that, the part I was going to mention before I got involved with the light thing, or as part of the light thing, as the sunlight that I said was so rare here came through this, it split out. After I did my burning experiment, got excited about that. That was okay. But what I noticed holding the paper up with the light was that there was a spectrum right across the whole paper. Mm-hmm. And I could angle it and make it far away and close and so on to get a particular things happening. And for example, when I held this one up and shook it a little bit, it's got a lot of particles inside there. And I could see all the particles on the piece of paper, even amplified more, moving around on the piece of paper from the sphere. And from this sphere, I could see like sort of layerings in there. And it reminded me that there's crystal networks that are part of water. Water forms these clusters of water crystals inside, not frozen, but just in regular water. And of course the Ganz water has these special clusters moving around in it. And I thought, well, you could set up the experiment, do the spectrum, and then do drops of Ganz water going inside, and we should be able to see it forming different clusters inside. And it might be a way of analyzing what those clusters look like if we could magnify it, like actually maybe move it back and have it on a white background from a distance and so on. And
very cool.
it could be a way of analyzing. You know, they use a type of spectrum analysis now for there's application for your iPhone, and it basically plugs in, and there's
Spectrometer.
it's supposed to read your, the idea behind it is if you have a
Take
drink,
an apple,
you have a drink and a bar, and you make sure your drink is actually what it's supposed to be. It gives you an instant analysis of such an amount of alcohol, such amount of you know, date rape drug. What? Date rape drug? I was even looking for a date.
Yeah, finally.
Yeah, trying to figure out this stuff. But seriously, that's what they actually use it for. It's one of the prime applications that they mentioned for the promo on this app, on this new app, was that this woman could, you know, fire it at her drink and make sure it wasn't laced with something that she didn't want, which makes sense. But you can also go into a supermarket and make sure that it's not laced with, you know, pesticides or herbicides or whatever the other stuff you're worried about.
This is real organic versus not.
Yes, versus synthetic organic.
On your ball or your sphere there. I'm sorry. That sounded wrong. Transducers on your ball.
Yeah, it's like too personal here. Yeah.
Brought to mind that Patrick Flanagan created a device called a neurophone that uses transducers. That actually, I have one, and you basically put it on your head, and it allows you to hear with your cochlea, which is your inner ear, and you can. The stuff that you play through an audio input in that goes into your long-term memory, and it has a Fibonacci sequence and everything, and it's just amazing how all the technologies and the sounds and everything are co-connected. Since he did a lot of research on the pyramids and everything, just the transducers brought that to mind and thought I'd share.
Yeah, Patrick Flanagan, eh?
Yep.
Yeah. Extraordinary mind.
Phenomenal stuff. I mean, the stuff that he did with communicating with dolphins. We're so related with all life on this planet. It's phenomenal. I learned about, you know, man's origins from the big lake. And we started as fish, and how if you look at our biology and fish biology, and then you understand the way the Magrav fields and the amino acids work, it's like we really are connected to everything. So, I don't know, just a random thought that the transducers brought to mind there when you were sharing that, Rick. Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. That's the way things work here. We bounce off each other.
We are stardust. And it's the true meaning of it. It is absolutely true. The sun, when it ejects the light, it creates dust or nano dust, and those aggregates and creates all minerals that we know. And some of them even comes from outside of our solar system, like gold, actually, and some of the stuff I read. But and we're composed 70% something, or maybe 80% of water, and water is created too by our sun. I don't know if people knew that, but there's a telescope called the Herschel telescope, and they took pictures of newborn suns And they discovered that those newborn suns, by the north and south poles, eject oceans of water around itself. And that explains now where water comes from. It's basically a birth process of ours, of every single sun, and it aggregates around the sun, and it carries it throughout its life. So basically, we are almost entirely composed of our sun, physically.
We're star barf.
We're yay, and it's
Star barf. Yep.
more I
Stardust sounds nicer.
Yeah, but it's the fluid part. You can't help it.
There's one way of looking at it.
Well, it's what the sun's getting rid of, not what it's happy to have.
I looked at it as more like a nice, beautiful creation of the sun.
Well, it all depends on your perspective.
Yeah, it's not
sun.
Not everybody's as beautiful as
Depends whether you're the creator or the creation, I guess. Whether it's whether
Have you thought about the fact that maybe if the sun is an actual being, it has a soul, what if that's how it speaks? What if that's its breath?
It very well could be, in fact.
Or blood system even.
If you think about it, the center of the sun would be the soul, and the mouth is right under the soul, so it's kind of like it's... That's what Mr. Keshe said, the universe started with a whisper, not with a bang.
Actually, he said a whoosh.
A whoosh.
The big
It's
whoosh
like,
instead of the big bang. This is the macho man thing, the big bang. But the whoosh is like whoosh, and it's more of a process to it rather than just a sharp thing,
Reminds me of waves on the beach,
Right.
Yeah. And speaking of waves and frequencies, I was thinking about Royal Raymond Rife and Hulda Clark's work with frequencies for health and everything. They all connected in together. And, your transducers on your balls, somebody might pay good money for that.
Yeah, it's amazing all the different aspects that sound and light both enter into the equation, and inside of ourselves and inside of our various inventions and devices and contraptions and whatnot that we come up with too.
And we are little suns, because we are created of stardust. We all radiate energy in Magrav fields. We have a nuclear furnace inside of us and radiate heat and light. So we are little suns.
Yeah, it's good to remember that, because so often that we're reminded that there's the earth, Mother Earth, Gaia, and so on. And that we are to respect Gaia and all that, and that there's the conception that we are born of the earth, that we are made of the materials of the earth, and that's where our arising comes from the atmosphere, the materials of the planet. We eat them, and our cells reproduce and all this kind of stuff. But at the same time, if you're really to examine where the materials came from, then you get back into what Guy was saying. It's stardust. It's not earth dust that we really come from. It's actually stardust. If you also consider the idea that things like RNA and the very basic signatures of life, that information package, can travel through space. Especially if you think about it being on a two-dimensional level, traveling through space as essentially a little chip or a little flake of information. You can imagine this little chunk of information that's so tiny we can't even see it. And it's because it's two-dimensional, it's able to go through space without getting hit by the cosmic rays and other alternating radiation and ionizing stuff and so on. It just floats through like a little, dust flake basically, and doesn't seem to get intercepted. I'm visualizing the last little while this, as opposed to a three-dimensional chunk or shape, which almost always will get hit, ionized, and broken up, and otherwise influenced by the atmospheric or the environment in space or in parts of the universe other than atmospheric, like on Earth. So it's easy to envision these. I mean, we know that mushroom spores, for example, can travel in space. So it's very easy to conceive of the idea that mushrooms could come from Alpha Centauri and have traveled for millions of years through space and easily, come in on an asteroid on a meteorite, or maybe an asteroid, or maybe just in the general atmosphere of space, because our atmosphere traps particles and so on, and finds a nice place to cultivate themselves in planet Earth and starts a mycelium network that goes all over. So that kind of thing, to think that we're the only life form in the universe, well, it's just pretty narrow-minded for humans for many, many years. And now I think we're right on the edge of seeing definite results of life. I mean, they've seen these huge salty oceans on other moons of Jupiter and Saturn and whatnot, and it's the cat's out of the bag. I mean, you can't have water. There's not a single drop of water literally on this planet that doesn't have life in it, doesn't have bacteria and viruses. And the closer they look, the more they find that, whoa, what we thought was pristine water, 4 times distilled or whatever, as soon as it's distilled, pink, it starts to have life forms immediately. And even the hot stuff from the hot vents from miles deep in the ocean that are extremely high temperatures show life forms. So life is definitely all over. It's just a matter of looking.
Yeah, recently they discovered kilometers down the Earth places where it was impossible for scientists that life was, and there is life, and it's thriving.
That's right, where they were drilling these
so it just,
way down deep.
It's like the views of cosmology and astronomy are changing constantly because of that, because of what used to be very limited way of where life can be now expand tremendously. Mm-hmm. And now they're actually expecting to have life on one of those moons of Saturn, and I'm pretty sure they will, and on Mars too, and then eventually it's going to become knowledge that maybe all these bacteria and mold are thriving in all these planets.
Well, it could be that there's life in our outer atmosphere as well, and they are discovering this kind of a thing, that the temperatures are way different than they expected, and the possibility of actual life forms existing in those conditions are different kind of life forms
right
than
in space.
We're familiar
straight
with.
In space, you mean?
Mm-hmm. On the edge of space and our atmosphere, where it's still magnetic interactions of the field of the Earth and so on, but there's a lot of layering going on there with different interactions. So,
do you guys? I don't know. Let me introduce that one. Recently, they discovered a new band around the Earth, of a glowing band around the Earth. I think they call it the Steve or something like that. You guys heard about that?
No, I hadn't heard about that, but you know, think of Dust in the Wind. I was just thinking that's not a bad song either.
It's actually it's like a aurora phenomenon, but it's not. It's something that somehow science never actually discovered, and it's people have been photographing this for years. It's actually a band, and recently they brought European Space Agency (ESA) to pass a satellite nearby, and they discovered that that band is actually tremendously hot, 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit or something like that, and it goes 800 or 8 kilometers a second or something like that.
This is an electron band, I think it is, or something. It's
I don't know. It's not
high speed particles. Yeah.
Yeah, there's no name for it actually. It's really they call it Fred or Steve or something like that. It's a name like that, and it's very new. It's recent on the news, to me, what it means is that there's an interaction happening there, and it's related to the Earth, and it's very interesting. It's like, oh, look at that. There's a phenomenon here happening that is not aurora, and it has a band of forces, lines of forces that actually are there, and obviously linked to the Earth. So basically, anyway, it was you guys gonna eventually probably hear about the thing. So it was in the news.
All right. Well, it's covering quite a few things here. I'm inclined to start wrapping up soon, but what do we got? Anybody else would like to continue discussing things or something to show? Doug, your mic's open. Hi.
Hi, how are you? Didgeridoos, you've heard of them, Australian, and you were talking about they make them out of a hollow hardwood branch of a tree that's been eaten out by termites. Then they burn the inside slowly, creating a charcoal coating in the inside. They put beeswax at the blowing end, and the person blowing uses circular breathing through the nose, out through the mouth, and a constant flow of air. And I was just wondering if that could create what we were talking about through music, a higher vibration, even though to us Westerners, these people are primitives. They may be onto something like the Gregorian chanting or throat singing, even, if you've heard of that, where the people out in the middle of nowhere, basically in Mongolia or whatever, they've got nothing, but they make noise through their throat, you know, and multiple tones coming out.
Yeah, the Inuit people. Inuit people here in Canada, in the north, are doing the same thing. They're circular breathing and they're doing throat singing.
Yes.
It's
they're probably onto something to raise their level of consciousness about nature, about their position in the universe. We've sort of lost all that and got very complicated with our electricity and everything else. But without any of that, they could entertain themselves for ages with an old tree stump or an old branch, and that would lead them to dancing and singing and just basically very happy. Yeah. Yeah. So,
it's the oldest civilization on Earth too. The Aborigines people from Australia you're talking about.
Yes, I am, yeah. And they've painted on rocks pictures of beings that they say have visited from the sky, and they're extremely complicated, like photographs, but painted on rocks with ochre and so on, and there are beings, that they say came down and popped out and visited, and this has been going on for millions of years. you know, but we're just now sort of go, oh, maybe there's life on Saturn, or there's some, you know, water on a distant moon or whatever. But, you know, the people that haven't had any, they're innocent basically. So, you know, they're not aggressive, and they just, they're open. And so people from other places just pop in, where we, you know, they won't come near us because we're too violent and complicated, and we've got agendas, you know. But the innocent, they get the visits, and possibly sharing universal information in a way that's they're able to put together with the most simple things, nothing complicated, you know, and get a upliftment, if you like, of the soul, right? Just free of charge, no cost, and no complications, just the simplest of things, and they get the benefit. That's just a thought, I you know, because you were talking about that.
Certainly, if you got happiness inside, you got a lot. You discover a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the peace is all about, I guess, and comes right down to it. It's not just global peace, but peace in each of us that adds to that global peace. Yeah.
Peace begins within each of us.
Rick, I'm going to show you something if I can. I just want to know what anybody would like to suggest I do with this. Just hang on. Yeah,
Just a second, Doug. Yeah, let's get it spotlighted and pinned. Okay. You've got what?
Is it a copper? A copper. They call it a copper, and it came out from under my house.
Copper.
And yeah, they used to put boiling water with a fire underneath. See the bottom? You're looking from the top to the bottom inside, and fire up just a wood fire underneath.
Is it a copper pot? Is it that thick?
It's copper.
It's quite a thick.
Oh,
I see. It's got an edge on it there. I see.
At
Wow.
the edge at the top, holds it in place. I put this thing on to turn it into a giant vase. Right?
Oh, I see. Okay, it used to have just a rounded bottom right on the fire.
Yeah.
Like a big pot,
Yeah.
sort of. Yeah.
Inside here had a little raised. I've cut it out. This is before I knew anything about nano coating or anything, right? So I just roughly cut out what was in the centre where there was a raised, a sort of a pipe up from the bottom, so the water would not disappear completely out of the copper. And that's how they wash clothes. They lit the fire under it, but I think that's nano coated.
Well, it looks pretty black from here. We can't hardly see any distinction in the shadowing there. It's so black.
It's seriously
it's
black.
It's a giant cup of life.
Does it peel off though? The coating?
No, it doesn't peel. It's, I've tried. You know, I polished up the outside and so on, but that is stubborn. It won't come off. And I showed a long time ago some pipes that came out of the bathroom, which also have the same green sort of coating in them. Hang on. See that?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
Arlen said, oh, Pete, that's... So it's all copper. And these are alloy, brass or whatever. But they use caustic to clean out, you know, blocked pipes.
Right, yeah.
Anyway,
So that actually does a nano coating there, huh?
Yeah, see the way, can you see it's green in there?
Can't see it's
Sort of.
too dark to see the green, I think, but You get the idea.
Anyway, yeah. What would you do? You know, put it on your head and.
What are you going to do with it, Doug?
Yeah, that's the question, I
That's
guess.
a good question, Danny.
Maybe-
Very, very good. These things are just part of my environment, and I watch and I think, and because I believe its intention is everything in this, you know, and not just doing it, you know, with no real reason. There's got to be a reason. So I don't know, Denny. I don't know. I haven't come to that part yet.
Well, there's so many things you can do, and you can go from one to another. Let's say you've got some CO2 zinc oxide liquid plasma, and you fill that thing up with the liquid plasma, and you see what kind of benefits you get by being around it.
Yep.
Because you're getting benefits by being around it now,
Yes.
so you can probably add to that by and another thing is you can pass let's say a desire into it. Same thing with the plasma. You can say you wanted a certain kind of gift, and so you could pass the fields of that gift into that water, and then experiment with receiving the gift. You know, I'm just given a generic gift. I don't even care what you might want for a gift. It might be to slow down, or it might be to speed up. I mean, a gift is a gift in certain circumstances. One time it's a gift and another time it's not. So, but you might play with it that way so that you haven't destroyed the beauty of the actual element of the urine itself, or whatever you would call that. And so, because you don't want to cut it up and destroy it, or at least I wouldn't want to. But there's so many other things that I would suggest you could do with it for just the different energies that are feelings that you would get from it, because it's that would be a suggestion.
That's wonderful, Denny. It's sort of what I was thinking, and what I've been doing with all these things around, just sitting there, not trying to change them too much. But Armand said to me the pipes are nano-coated as far as he's concerned, because of the caustic that's been down the drain pipe. They're made of copper, so that they are reactors, if you like, and I'm in the middle of them. And whatever I have as intentions or wishes or needs, I think they're providing fields in which I live, without actually building Magravs or, you know, at this stage anyway. They're still there. Although, of course, I do have my paint pens, and, you know, I actually play with the ready-made paint pens, and I put them inside the pipes, and, you know, and I really do feel a general upliftment around this house I live in, you know, compared to troubled times I've had in the past with various stresses from businesses and blah, blah, blah. But it's all now really mellow. I feel really well within myself, and you know, I've got physical problems, I suppose, like everybody, pains and aches, but, you know, basically I feel really good. I feel like I'm a kid, especially when I come here and listen to these talks. You know, it's the highlight of my week.
So one of the things that you might want to try now, when we're dealing with the emotion, the soul, and the physicality, you have it within yourself, but you also have other tools around you. Now, have you made any plasma water? Have you made a CO2 kit? How far along?
No,
What are some?
no, but I'm on the verge because I've got I talked about the tissue salts. You know, the 12 combination 12,
Yes, I understand.
That's where I'm going to go if I'm going to make plasma water. That's going to be what I will do.
So do you have a method to your madness? Do you know how you're going to proceed?
I have madness to my method, I think, Denny.
Okay, well, let's see. I'm just...
I have more interest in the health side of things, I think, and from that, the giving side of it to the problems people face, if anything.
So would you start with a copper plate or a copper sheet and nano coat that? Would that be your first step?
Yes, I would.
Of course, you can get those, I think, from the. Is that nano coated?
No, it's just what we would call raw materials.
Okay.
Copper pipe. These are things, Denny, that are just around my house. You know, I haven't gone to the shops.
Do you have any zinc?
Well, that's an interesting thing. This came off my mother's long time ago beach umbrella, which had this pointy bit on the end to stick into the sand. And it's a heavy, quite a heavy metal. And I'm just wondering if it's zinc, pure zinc.
If it was, if it's being stuck in the sand, to keep it being, it would more than likely be zinc, so it wouldn't corrode.
Yeah, corrode. That's right. So you reckon that's without testing it and analysing, I just have a suspicion this is zinc. Yes. So it's interesting because we build reactors one way or we build them another way, but it fits in pretty good inside a pipe like that. And I'm just trying to figure out how, using Ganz waters, you could probably make some kind of a powerful...
Yeah, that looks like two J tubes connected.
A what?
Two J tubes.
Yes, you're right. Look, it comes apart. It's a piece of plumbing, Denny.
Yeah, they're J tubes. I think that's what you call them because they look like J's.
Yeah, and it creates an S-bend when fitted underneath a sink. See?
So now
but they're copper. They're not made of plastic like most today are. And
it's copper.
And it's been doused in caustic a number of times in the past because of blockages down the drain. So
probably hair. It's pretty.
yeah. Yes. Generations of not my family, but whoever lived in this house,
Well, you see, in plumbing, you've got to have a water block so it sits up so that one part of it, there's water that stays in it so that the gases from the sewer wouldn't come up into your house and stink up your house, and also explosive for methane.
Yes. Yeah. So anyway, like I said, these are things that have just been around this house. It's an old house, and you don't, get this sort of plumbing anymore. In fact, I found this, because they'd replaced this with modern plastic.
Okay, so do you want to make a CO2 kit?
Yeah, I think I do.
Okay, do you know how to go about doing that?
Yeah, Denny, I do. As I say, I've been observing, and from day one, basically, or almost. It's just my life has been night shift work for 7 years, and I'm just recovering from that, getting back my my life.
Well, it's pretty hard to put liquid plasma in that container unless you make some. Or you get some from somebody else.
Are you dropping a hint, Danny? Is that
Well, you asked me.
It's looking like the pressure's on, Doug. You're gonna have to cave in and start making some CO2 GANs. You know, it could be the best thing. It could be the best thing for you too. It just seemed to ring true that you need to make some CO2 GANs for yourself and start passing it out to folks and seeing what it does for you and others. Yeah, I've had some. I was just going to show myself here, just briefly. I wanted to just show you there what I've been using the last couple of weeks or so, quite regularly. Is I get rashes on my arms from doing auto mechanics, and they break out quite a bit. Sometimes, you know, here's a good example. My whole arm will start to swell up and so on if I don't deal with it, or if I try to scratch it, itches like 1,000 mosquito bites. This is when I get a little bit of automotive grease, like it can be just a smudge of you know, dirt from cars basically, and if there's any oil in it, my skin breaks out. I bleed from oil, of all things. It's just, that's what I do now. I've done that for many years, so I have to be really careful with gloves and all that sort of thing. Well, I had a glove failure the other day, and I got a little bit of grease on me, and my whole arm broke out. So what I do is I've got this little spray container. I keep it with me now all the time, and it's the CO2 GANS water, and you can see right now it's stirred up. If I let it sit for a couple of minutes, then it settles out as the GANS does. But I'm not really concerned or worried about the actual CO2 GANS. I find it very helpful. So what I do, it's in a spray container, and I just simply give a little spray in my arm, let it dry naturally. I don't wipe it off or anything. I just let it dry, and it takes away that itchiness, and it takes away the swelling. And if I put it on the night before, it's like some days it's like my arm has never even had a rash at all the next day when I get up. And sometimes it's a little bit itchy or whatever, give it another spray, and so on. And
that spray is...
I swear by this because I've sworn at just about every other material that I've tried. All the different health store, you know, salves and remedies and different skin, you know, products, and so all these, you know, organic and so on. No, nothing worked. The only two products that I could find on that worked on my skin were this GANS water and coconut oil. Coconut oil is also soothing rather than irritating. Everything else, even plain water, is quite irritating once the skin is irritated that much. Especially hot water, which will feel good but absolutely just makes it go crazy. So I highly recommend GANS water for skin conditions. It's cooling and drying in its effects.
It's CO2 GANS, Rick, yes?
Yeah. CO2, zinc oxide. It's I believe this is mostly CO2.
The copper, nano-coated copper plate and the zinc plate.
Right. Right. So just so people know. Go ahead.
So what's
Dan.
happening there, Rick? Let me analyze this for you. You have your skin is an extension of your brain, and your brain has the emotion, and the physicality plus the soul. And so now with the zinc and the copper, you are emotionally able to control the physicality of your arm so that it does not break out in a rash. So now you've been able to inadvertently have your soul and your emotion and your physicality communicating with one another. And so you can tap into that communication and use it to extend yourself in further avenues and further ways. So how'd you like that for an analysis?
Well, I'm not sure how you jump to the extend myself in further ways conclusion there, but something like that, yeah.
Well, see, it's a starting point. Now you know how it works. Of course, you don't have to believe my analysis, but you can if you wish. It's a starting point.
Actually, I don't have to believe anything other than I know it works, and I've known that for some time. I didn't want to say anything initially because a couple of years ago the talk was, never touch the Ganz materials, never, always use gloves, and so on and so forth, which generally still applies because they are powerful, especially the copper oxide and the CH3, which could do damage to certain situations. But the CO2 and the zinc oxide, I find it basically acts as a second skin. It's like spray on skin. It's great.
So you're dealing in the physicality of it, but I'm trying to get you to extend yourself, the soul, the emotion, and the physicality, and work them together so that because the soul communicates to the emotion, and the emotion communicates with the physicality, and vice versa. The soul can also communicate with the physicality. So what I'm getting you to do is practice. You already do that, but I mean, these are some of the things that come in our Mr. Keshe has been teaching us to utilize our soul and our emotions to affect our physicality, and not only to do that, but to make physical things with the plasma energies of our soul and our emotion.
Yeah, good point.
When you look at the sun and the earth and all the physical things that the sun and the earth has done with the plasmatic interactions, you look at the let's just say we're going to use the amino acids for instance, but also the other elements. These are interactions between the plasma fields that are created, and part of our challenge is to be able to do that ourselves, or to make systems that do that, especially if we're doing our flight systems, is to be able to make the materials that we're going to utilize in the actual physicality of the flight systems themselves. If that's the route we choose to go, we might want to go the further route and just use our souls and change that way. It depends on our preferences and our abilities. Mm-hmm. So I'm just saying that the Ganz and stuff are tools, but they're tools to get us to go a step further in our plasma knowledge. Is that something that sounds feasible?
Yeah, definitely. That sounds like a good one.
I definitely agree with you there, Denny. And Doug, it seems to me like you have some of that nano-coated copper right there available. Maybe you could cut a little piece of that and just cut a piece of that pipe off, and then you have a nano-coated copper plate right there.
Yeah, I've thought about that.
Or not cut it off.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. I'm meditating, cogitating, and ruminating on all of these things. And Denny, thank you, Denny, for putting the spurs in. That was really good.
Putting the spurs in. That's a good way to put it. He was gentle, though, wasn't he? He knows how to...
a gentleman in the extreme. Very good, Denny. You are a gentleman, mate. That's for sure.
Well, sometimes the tuchus is the most direct route to the brain.
Yeah. Well, we could all use a little kick once in a while to get the blood flowing and make us, to remind us, basically, as reminding factors to remind us who we are and what we're doing on this planet.
So, Rick, when I said that the skin is an extension of the brain, that came from a Keshe teaching, test class. It might even have been in one of the health lessons that you recorded.
Okay, well, some of them are actually, the health workshops are being transcribed now, so that's a good thing. And I've noticed a lot of the workshops that have been transcribed now show up when you do a search. If you do a specific, you know, Keshe Foundation and then a specific word search after that for certain plasma things you're looking for, or Ganz or whatever, and sometimes it'll take the excerpts out of the transcriptions for the workshops. So that's kind of encouraging to see. It's starting to become a good search engine on the actual workshops themselves, and lead you to the position in the workshop where it was said. So we're getting more and more of that as things get transcribed and released to Mr. Google, who knows what to do with that sort of thing.
That is a point to ponder about the skin being an extension of the, being part of the brain. So the things we do with our skin, we would never do with that delicate gray matter of our brain. Likewise, some of the things you put in your body that affects your brain, you would never do to your skin.
Yeah, and things we breathe affects our skin, the things we eat affects the skin, and the environments that we are in definitely affect the skin. In fact, skin ailments are the greatest source of loss of work in North America, probably in Europe and the rest of the world as well. And it's the most unrecognized by the workmen's compensation boards and the various health organizations and so on that supply the workers. They don't recognize skin conditions generally as a claimable condition because, well, how do you know it was caused by our paint department at the factory? You know, it might have been just a natural condition that Joe got this weird skin condition at age 23, you know, nearly died or whatever.
So here's a thought for you, Rick, is that as we create our spaceships, we are creating the shields, the plasma shields for our spaceship that protects us. And likewise, if we equate our bodies as our spaceship, then we should be able to apply that same type of shielding to our bodies to protect ourselves from the environment that we're in.
Yeah, normally that's what the skin does with the triple layer thing.
I mean the plasmatic fields that we generate ourselves. Because if we use our bodies and travel with our bodies as if it's a spaceship, we definitely will want to protect that body as we're using it as a spaceship. And so part of extending our abilities now is as we progress in the plasma technologies and in the development of understanding our soul, our emotion, and our physicality, then it all starts to meld into one application that spreads across many disciplines.
Right, and if you take the idea that the thought comes before the manifestation as well, then it may be possible. For example, I've experimented, and I know it is possible, and others have as well. You create essentially an energy dome or a field around oneself, if like a protective dome, you might say, and you visualize that as able to keep out noxious compounds and create a correct environment inside of that dome. So the entities, the plasmatic entities outside of that radius aren't able to bother, because the strength is high within that zone. You've created that, you maintain it, you feel it everywhere you go, therefore it exists.
It already exists, and we call it the aura.
Okay.
You already have.
Well, the thing is, whether we can control that and actually control the strength of it, that's the thing. Yes, we have an aura, it kind of just, but if we're not focused on that, on consciously creating that from moment to moment, then it collapses, where it just becomes sort of an aura rather than a field that we deliberately and consciously create, rather than the unconscious aura that sort of just follows the body around. What were you going to say, Guy?
I was to just put a story. When they blew the atomic bomb in Japan, at ground zero, everything was destroyed. But there was a miraculous monastery that was actually preserved.
A small little place.
Yeah, right? In very very close to ground zero, but it was in in the very nearby. But that place, for some reason, hadn't been destroyed, and they were evacuating everything. But there, they didn't want to evacuate those monks. They stay there, and there was a strange phenomenon that they were checking with the Geiger counter everywhere, and they were having heavy radiation everywhere. But as soon as they came into crossing the door of that temple, the radiation fell. And going out at the other end of the temple, the radiation picked up again. So it's as if there was almost like a bubble of protection around that monasteries.
Mm-hmm.
And these guys, they actually really believe in what they were doing. So I believe that the intent actually do play with our environment, and we actually, 1 + 1 = 11. Imagine if we're a bunch of, let's say, 10 or 15 or 20 people all at once doing intently an exercise of protection this way, how powerful that could be,
Mm-hmm.
It's anyway,
it is very powerful.
I just wanted to put that story there. I don't think it was a legend. It's a true story that I know of.
Yeah, definitely, and there's experience of that in the core team, where the prime objective and the only thing the core team really does is give from the soul, and that's kind of a really simple phrase, but it's very, very powerful in its ramifications and so on. It's the essence talking when you get into those levels, and that's it comes even before thought, or the origin of thought could be at those essential levels where creation actually takes place.
Rick, can I share a quote with you from Henry Ford that is very pertinent to what you were saying?
Absolutely, I love Henry. He's a good man.
Whether you think you can or whether you think you can't, either way, you're right.
You're right. Yes, exactly.
But the second part that nobody ever quotes is, it is the thinking that makes it so. And that is tied right into what Guy was sharing about intention.
Mm-hmm.
Your wish is your command. And if you think something's going to happen, it's going to happen, because you're creating a self-manifesting prophecy. You create with your thoughts all the time. Now it's just learning to be cognizant of it. And I love you, brothers. I got to go, but make it a great day.
Well,
And thank you very much.
there's one thing too, Keith, that you might want to add to that, is that the emotion plays a very strong, has a very strong effect on the things that happen to you and manifest around you. And it
Absolutely.
it doesn't necessarily even come from a thought. It just comes from a being, a beingness.
Well,
good point.
Where your focus goes, your energy flows. And I was raised in a non-traditional way, and manifesting stuff was taught to me at a very early age. And, well, magic is just science that science hasn't understood yet. And working with your thoughts and creating reality is something we do all the time, but we're not taught about it in our society. Mr. Keshe is changing that. And most people focus more on what they don't want instead of what they really do want. If you focus on lack, you're going to attract lack to you. If you focus on abundance, abundance just comes to you. Where your focus goes, your energy flows, and you attract that, what's in your predominant thought patterns, to you all the time. And I've done some experiments on creating luck for a 4-week period. And if you'd like to know the real secret to manifestation, you have to create your wish. And then you have to believe in it like it is Christmas morning. You know your present's underneath the tree, and you're waking up and you're excited, and it's going to be there without any doubt. And when you get that energy with your wish, it comes true every time.
Good one.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with this. I've been talking about that for years. It's from the heart. You have goodness instead of selfishness. So you help others instead of helping yourself. Or it may help yourself at the end if you help others. But it's basically that positive feel that you radiate from the heart. From the mind, you try to be all aware. So you kind of, it's something about knowledge. Instead of ignorance, closing your eyes, refusing to listen, you open up your eyes, you open up your ears, and you try to learn and try to see. And then physically applying these physical, so body, mind, heart here, or body, mind, feeling, body, mind, soul. There's a lot of different terms we can use. But it's always been taught like that. That's the Trinity, actually, where they talk about charity, faith, and power, which is where you put charity, which is goodness in the heart, and faith, which is it's like that state of mind you're describing here. You like you're really you lie, you know. You believe that the universe is working with you, and actually the universe is lining up with you when you got that attitude. And then physically applying it. Physical, so basically it's the law applied there. I truly believe in that approach.
And recognizing when one is not in those states is a big thing, is to learn to recognize when we're not up, not totally with it, and so on. And then we can learn
and part
to
of the
change.
order of learning to manifest is first you have to decide to be the person that has whatever you're trying to manifest. When you first become that person, then you do the actions to receive that, and then you have. So you first must decide, then you do, then you have. It doesn't work in any other order. And I love you guys.
Good point. Thanks, and we'll hope to see you.
I got one more. I have one
next
more
week.
question. I have one more question for Guy.
Okay.
Guy, you gave a class on this. Was that in a knowledge seekers workshop, or was that in a?
It wasn't a knowledge seeker workshop. Actually, maybe a couple of them, because I stretch it, and I think it was 64 or 62 knowledge seeker.
Okay.
That's when I give my presentation, but I can specify that then I was a bit stressed and I never done that before, and I kind of cut it short, and I should have at least demonstrated that these things are described in very precious old books that we carry throughout our history. And there's of course, I found that quote in the Bible, but I found it in the book of Thoth. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this, but this is a very ancient, supposedly ancient Egyptian document that come from a wise man, Hermes Trismegistus. And at the end of the tablets, actually, it talks about those very 3 points. And oh my goodness, when I saw that. And then I discovered more into the Dead Sea Scrolls, where they describe those very 3 points, again, talking about it in body, mind, heart concept. It's quite simple, but in the same time, it's quite deep knowledge. And it's throughout, you know, it's multi-religious. So basically, there's many different religions that agree with that concept of Trinity there at the core. And so basically, it's something that I think I discovered years ago, and it's an ancient. I intend to write a book. I have the book already, but here, I think I discovered an ancient secret, and I'm digging in science. I'm trying to connect the two together, and that's my story here. It's my quest is try to put plasma and spirituality together, and I truly believe that I touched something with that story that is connected to the Trinity. If you guys want to see it, I think it was Knowledge Seeker 62 or 61. I'm not sure, somewhere around there. And I describe it very well. And it's basically an infinite loop, and I describe the concept of thought, action, and in a figure 8, and I put those 3 points in context in that discussion, and it's quite a lengthy discussion, but basically it talks about an ancient mystery that I can somehow explain, and maybe one day I'll be known for that. So, you know, that's my little claim there.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thanks to let it known.
Okay, I think I'd like to wrap things up for today. We're just about 4 hours into it here. Any other closing remarks, or are we good? A lot of good things were touched on today, and some important points coming out, and some good feelings shared as well.
Yeah, maybe I can add up. You know, intuitively, I think that plasma and consciousness are connected together. And there are stories about that where people are were controlling plasma balls that were coming out because of a storm or something. But somehow it interacted with their consciousness. So basically, my link would be if consciousness and plasma can be controlled, and it's exactly what we're doing these days. And the paint pen works on this concept, or all these coils are helping the flow that you carry already within you. There's very ancient techniques where they actually create plasma balls in between their hands, but imagining. It's more than imagining. They're actually creating really that in front of these people. Put their hands there and they feel the burn, or, you know, the sheep hour. I don't think it's a hoax. I think it's really based on ancient knowledge, and we just have to bring it with a new flavor of science and understanding, with plasma understanding. And I think it's going to make a lot of sense. My belief is that the future is going to connect the past, and that's when we're going to discover our true potential and destiny, basically. And my wish is that you guys stick around for the journey, because it's kind of cool, actually, and I appreciate being with you guys, everyone.
Thank you, Guy. And I have a nice comment from Vagheli Likodas in the live stream. He mentions here, it was through Mr. Fix-It Rick and his YouTube stuff, Tesla turbines and batteries, etc., that I found the Keshe Foundation, which helped me to cure myself from pain. So it's like, thank you, thank you, thank you, Rick. So thank you for that comment, Big Helly. It's really nice to hear that, and it's so gratifying that
There's
something
something positive.
from the past ends up influencing someone, that they get to this point where they got themselves out of pain from all the connections.
Yeah, but you've been giving for a long time, Rick, and people appreciate that.
Yep, they
I
do,
do
and
too.
I see it coming through every so often. That's very gratifying, and it's what
Thank
keeps
you.
me going, I guess.
Thank you, Rick. You're a champion, mate. You're a marathon runner of teaching plasma and staying up late and never stop. And I love your smile, mate. It's fantastic. Really
Then
good.
Well, you're quite a worker yourself, Doug, so that's for sure. We're all here together on this messy old planet, so it's a fun game to play, and the plasma game is the only real game in town when it comes right down to it. So I hope we all play well. Maybe play
Well, Rick,
well this week.
That little bit of nickel is not in the galvanization. It's in the actual alloy of the steel.
Ah, okay, right. And that may actually come up to the surface somewhat during all that process as well, through the...
Well, it still has to give off a field.
Mm-hmm, yeah. Yeah, a bit of carbon and a couple other trace elements there.
And part of that you're putting in when you're making your nano coating, and you're putting your galvanized chicken wire, even in the process of nano coating the plate, you have those fields as well. And some people toss in the neck of
chicken
Coke.
neck. No, I mean Coca-Cola neck.
Coca-
Yeah.
Coca-Cola bottle.
But
Wrong alchemist.
but it's making an effect on the nano coated copper field. That the chicken wire. That was one of the first things I thought about. What is that? What in the world you're putting a wire in there for, and you're caustic? Isn't that going to affect that nano-coated copper? and I thought of it as a contaminant, but it's not.
Yeah, Keshe does it deliberately. I wondered about that in the original Fukushima teachings. He was showing how to make the nanomaterials, and he seemed insistent that you use this chicken wire. You know, he's talked about the chicken wire and whatnot, and he's talked about that more recently, on how it's sort of a more gentle way to introduce the iron into the situation, because you're using the fields of the iron, but you still have the zinc as a buffer or coating or intermediary, you might say. Okay, I think I'm gonna end things now. If we're done with that one, Denny. Are you okay with that?
I'm well pleased. I'm well satisfied. Thank you.
It was there's lots to munch on in today's feast. You should be all full, and lots to think about. All right, well, let's end it for now and resume next week. And we've got the 169th Knowledge Seekers Workshop coming up, which is actually the Cancer Blueprint Teaching Day 2 will be included in the workshop free of charge. So that'll be interesting. We'll see what new information Mr. Keshe has and others to share about the cancer processing.
That's in 24 hours from now? 20 hours? 22
God,
hours?
don't remind me. Yeah, it's 22 hours from now. So we'll see you here about
Yeah, I'll be here.
18 hours from now, or whatever the heck it works out to. Alright, sounds good. So stay tuned, and we'll see everybody next week. So for now, it's the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for what's now Wednesday, April 26, 2017. Signing out for now.
Salut, guys.
Sayonara, goodbye, and see you later. Good show, everybody. Thank you very much for all your participation. Really good.
Uplifting.
Yeah, thank you, Guy, for your particular contribution today. It was great to see
Thanks,
you
Guy.
getting in
Guy,
there, and people are all
fantastic. Love you.
happy.
Really, really good.
Thank you, guys.
With you all the way, Guy, all that ancient and modern together and future and past, bringing it all together. That is the truth. And thank you very much, mate.
We just keep on the path and see where it's going to lead us. But I really believe I'm very strong in intent, and I don't intend to give up. So basically, I'm just climbing and doing my own little thing in the back. I know I'm not as producing as most of others, but I come from far. I've never been raised in science, so I take my time. But I intend to really do something great with this. I just don't know what it is yet. So we'll see. So we all have our own little stories. So mine is not any special for that matter, but or we all very special. That's the way I see it.
Yeah, right. You just have to bring it out in each other.
And reinforce the fact that yes, we're doing the right thing and we're doing the good quest.
Exactly. Well put. All right. Bye, everybody. See you next week.
All right.
Bye for now.